Okay, I'm recording both channels now.
Wonderful. Okay.
Good afternoon, Rana.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's good to see you.
Thanks. I don't think you can remember me.
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay, great.
Of course, yeah. Yeah. You were in Southern small group.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Okay. How are you, Patti?
Well, thank you. I'm just waking up, but good. How are you?
Fine. Thanks.
Oh. Hi, Southern.
We can't hear Southern. She's an interpreter. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
I remember that from the summer.
Okay, so let's get this thing rolling.
Yes.
صباح الخير أو مساء الخير عليكم جميعا. أهلا بيكم مرحبا في الوركشوب النهاردة، ورشة عمل هنحاول فيها نرد أو يعني نشتغل على أسئلة محددة جات لنا من الناس اللي شغالين على الأرض وبيساعدوا في الريليف efforts اللي موجودة دلوقتي في مناطق كتيرة من سوريا وتركيا. قبل ما نبدأ بس بعض الحاجات التنظيمية، لو حضراتكم ملاحظين في Q&A ده اللي انتوا هتستخدموه لو في أي أسئلة للمحاضرات، وبإذن الله احنا هنكون بنمونيتور الQ&A ونحاول نرد على أسئلتكم، على قد ما نقدر نحاول نرد على الأسئلة كلها بإذن الله. خلوني ارحب بالبريزنترز النهارده، دكتور فيليس سلون ودكتور باتي ميلر. الدكتور فيليس ودكتور باتي الاثنين كلينيكال سايكولوجيست بيشتغلوا في ولايه مينيسوتا هنا، وعندهم efforts كتيره جدا في الشغل مع الصدمات ومع الاشخاص اللي بيتعرضوا لصدمات في حياتهم، وطبعا ده جزء صغير من الكلينيكال ورك اللي هم بيعملوه. دكتور سلون تحديدا عندها اهتمامات بالنيورودايفرسيتي، وهي من الكو ديفلوبرز هي وباتي للاير نتورك موديل، موديل بيستخدم في حالات التروما والحالات اللي عندها انفصال او severe dissociative abilities. عايزه ارحب بيهم النهارده لانه احنا الحقيقه تواصلنا معاهم في اقل من اسبوعين، وكل اللي انتوا هتشوفوه النهارده ده اتحط في يعني او الحقيقه هم بسرعه شديده استجابوا ورحبوا جدا بفكره ان هم يقدروا يساعدونا النهارده ويقدموا الورشه دي لكل الناس اللي شغالين على الارض. وكمان الورشه مفتوحه زي ما انتم شايفين لكل الناس اللي باذن الله تقدروا تستفيدوا بمراجعه كده قائمه الناس اللي اشتركوا. احنا معانا النهارده ناس من كل تقريبا العالم العربي ودول اخرى كمان اجنبيه، وناس مش بس بيشتغلوا في حقل الطب النفسي أو العلاج النفسي، لكن كمان معانا مدرسين ومعانا ناس بيشتغلوا educators بطرق مختلفة، وناس بيشتغلوا كمان على الأرض مع ضحايا الزلزال. اوكي، عايزه بس كمان حاجه مهمه، الناس منكم اللي هيبقوا محتاجين يسمعوا العربي محتاجين على الويبينار تعملوا سويتش للارابيك شانل، هتلاقوا تحت علامة زي الكرة الأرضية وتحتها كلمة interpretation، هتفتحوها وتختاروا الشانل العربية علشان تكونوا سامعين العربي طول فترة الويبينار. الناس اللي سامعيننا على اللايف بتاع الفيسبوك، احنا عاملين لايف فقط للشانل دهيت اللي هي هتقلب انجليزي دلوقتي اول ما دكتور فيليس ودكتور باتي يبداوا، لكن باذن الله احنا بنعمل ريكوردنج للسيشن، وان شاء الله هيكون الريكوردنج ده هينزل في اقرب فرصه. كل الباوربوينتس وكل الأوراق العمل اللي هتكون مفيدة لحضراتكم احنا شغالين عليهم عشان نترجمهم للغة العربية بإذن الله، وهيكونوا متوفرين لكل الناس اللي اشتركوا. يعني تابعوا صفحة الأكاديمية ليتل أينشتاين، هننزل عليها كل اللينكس للجوجل درايف اللي هيكون عليه كل المعلومات وأوراق العمل بإذن الله. Okay, let me turn it over to Phyllis. It's 7 a.m. in South Dakota and Minnesota. This is where we're Zooming from, so pretty early. So for everyone who's Zooming in from different time zones, grab your coffees, and this is going to be 4 hours packed with information that will be relevant, clinical, and you can immediately use with your various populations that you're serving. Phyllis?
Okay, thank you. Shukra. And assalamu alaikum. I'm so glad that all of you are here. And it's a little different because I can't see any of you. All I can see is our other panelists, which I'm happy for. Otherwise, I would just be teaching to the trees and the birds in front of my window. So I'm glad that you're here, and I feel blessed to be able to be presenting to you and to offer this for the work that you all are doing. And I just would like to start with just a moment of silence for all the people in Syria and Turkey and all the other places where people are suffering. Okay, so I'm gonna pin my video. So, and if the other panelists wanna, I think that my video will be the only one that'll be recording, but I'm not sure about that. So I'm gonna pin my video, and then Patti, if you would like to introduce yourself, I'll pin your video too, just for, you can introduce yourself and then I will start teaching.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Patti Miller, and I am a colleague with Phyllis and a co-author of AIR Network Therapy. I am so pleased to be here and to be part of this. I have so much compassion and gratitude for the work you all are doing, it's quite remarkable. I am a psychologist. I've been in practice since the early 1990s, about 25 years. I specialize in working with trauma, dissociation, and complex trauma. And I love to teach. I'm happy to be here, and just thank you for having us.
Okay. So let's get started. Like Mushira said, we have a lot of information, and if you have any questions, go ahead and put them in the Q&A, and I will try to leave some time for us to answer questions. If there are questions, Mushira or Rana, that you want me to answer, just go ahead and turn on and or give me the high sign, interrupt me, and I'll try to answer them. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. All right. Okay, why am I not being able to do this?
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So I woke up this morning, just a couple hours ago, and my and I had been having a dream, some would say nightmare, that I completely forgot everything that I was going to say to you today, and that I had the wrong slides, and that I could recognize a lot of people, but I couldn't remember who anybody was. So I'm very grateful that now I'm awake, and that is not true. And so we will go from there. So we put these together pretty quickly, and my understanding is that the slides will get some Arabic translation so that you can have more information. There's also in the Google Drive, there are some materials that have already been translated into Arabic by the organizations that originally wrote them, and then people are working on more translations. So let's go ahead. I want to start with the stress, danger, and life threat responses, and just go really quickly over what happens when something, when we get information into our brains. And so we get information from all over, from the environment, from inside our bodies, from everywhere around us. And what happens is that internal and external input comes into our brains through various different parts of our brains. It gets interpreted through the reticular activating system, which is the part of the brain that just notices information. And then also kind of shuttles the information to parts of the brain that it needs to go to. And it also, the reticular activating system also tells the brain when to stop paying attention to something. And so when something gets habituated. Information also goes into the limbic system, the emotional centers of the brain, and connects to the vagus nerve to initiate a vagal response. Most people have heard of the polyvagal theory, and I'll talk a little bit about that as we're continuing here. So what happens when we get information is sometimes that information comes into our brain, and the reticular activating system says, it's no problem. It's just safe. There's nothing to be worried about. And when human beings are safe, our normal response to safety is that our parasympathetic system turns on, which is the rest and digest system, and we have optimal arousal. And what that means is that when we're resting, we're ready for connection. That's how we're wired as human beings. In fact, it's how mammals are wired. We're just wired to be resting and ready to connect to other people and to animals and to the environment and to ourselves. The ventral vagal system, the vagus nerve connects through the base of the tongue, the throat, the lungs, and the heart, and the stomach and the intestines. And that system gives information about all this internal input that we get from all these areas. It gives that information to our brains. And when everything is safe, then our heart rate is normal. We're breathing normal. We might even breathe a little bit deeper because we're resting. But all the top of the brain, the social engagement systems are on. We also can get information from internal and external input that tells us that we're in danger. And when the danger systems turn on, what happens is we go into a state of hyperarousal. And this is where most people have heard of the fight-flight response. And so the part of the vagal ladder that turns on when there's a threat response or there's danger is the sympathetic nervous system. And the sympathetic nervous system is the system that we need in our bodies in order to take action. And so it's not just when there's danger. So the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system work hand in hand, because the sympathetic system really is about movement. And so sometimes we move towards connection. And sometimes when there's danger signals through the reticular activating system and internally through our limbic system, through memories, what happens is we click into a hyperarousal where we get all of our sensory systems turn on much higher so that we can take in more information about what's happening in the environment around us. Our internal sensory systems turn on higher too, so that we can get information about what we might need to do. So there's pupil dilation, increased heart rate. We might start breathing in much deeper so that we're ready to take action. And so this is a mobilized place. And in that mobilization, then we get ready to fight or to flee, to run away, or we get what we call an activated freeze. And so this is where you might see someone after something traumatic has happened, and it could be that you get into a little car accident. It could be that somebody yells at you. It could be that there is a massive event that happens. And so what happens is people freeze, but they're still tense. Their muscles are still ready to go at any moment. And so if you think about like a rabbit or something that, when a prey animal, when the predator comes around, a prey animal, if they can, they typically flee right away. But many times first they freeze in order to assess where they need to go, and then they flee. And so that activated freeze is a place of kind of waiting but ready. What happens over time when people are constantly in danger, when there is repeated or chronic traumatic events, is that people can go into the dissociated danger response, which can look like rage or panic. And so that dissociated response, what happens is that instead of the brain, the limbic system communicating with the top of the brain, the forebrain, this part of the brain, our frontal lobes, which are for executive functions, thinking, planning, assessing what's current in the room, what happens is that the blood flow decreases. And so we only stay in the middle of our brain, which is the limbic system. And in the limbic system, the only information we have to go on in terms of what to do is all of our memories, the past memories that are as dangerous as the current situation. And so those memories get activated over and over again. And so then people start to make decisions based on everything that's happened to them, rather than based on what's happening in the room right now or what's happening around them right now. And this is why we see this. Sometimes people have a very, very big response to what seems to other people to be a very small incident. And so when somebody is chronically traumatized or chronically subjected to traumatic events, the set wiring or the way that they are in a resting state, remember in the safety zone for people who aren't subjected to chronic trauma, when we're resting, our brains are ready for connection. However, if you are chronically traumatized, the wiring in the brain switches. And in a resting state, you are chronically waiting for danger. And so there's a complete difference. And so people who have been chronically traumatized, they are, rather than waiting for connection from other people, they are waiting for danger from other people. And so this is one of the reasons why you see people in your offices, or people that were, and this is also true of people right after acute trauma responses, that the brain momentarily gets wired for looking for danger. And so that's one of the reasons why Sousan said that on the Zoom 24-hour Zoom room that they have, people are talking about kids having nightmares and being afraid that things are going to happen again and all those things, because the brain for a while turns on, we got to stay in danger mode. If that happens for an extended period of time without any relief, and then there's trauma after trauma, the brain will start to rewire that way. And that's most true for children, but it can also be true for adults, even if they don't have the earlier trauma in their lives. Okay. So this is the part then that most people haven't heard about. You may have heard about, but this is when the information that we get from the environment tells us that there's actually a life threat. And this was Stephen Porges's work with the polyvagal theory. And what happens with a life threat is that we actually go from the danger hyperarousal system into a hypoarousal. And so Stephen Porges calls this preparing for a painless death. So in that life threat response, then the parasympathetic system turns back on, which means that the body starts kind of checking off different systems and going down, lower heart rate, pupils constrict, the blood flow constricts, so there might be coldness in the limbs, those kinds of things. There is a dorsal vagal response, so the part of the vagus nerve that's responsible for numbing turns on, and when that numbing turns on, our brains kick out endogenous opiates. And as much as about 5 milligrams of morphine. And so in that life threat response, then we go from safety to an activation in a danger response, and then we can drop into a life threat response that is under aroused. And so sometimes we see people, because if you are in a life threat situation for an extended period of time with the inability to escape, our brains drop into this life threat response. And so then you go numb, and people might actually look like they're regulated, but they're really absent. They're disconnected from their feelings. And so rather than being regulated, they're numb. And when that happens over and over and over again, this is where we get what we call a dissociated fall response, where people have a disconnection from their emotions. They can be disconnected from time. And so the part of the brain that is connected to time and connected to the present turns off when people are in a life threat response. And so this is why you'll see people have difficulty kind of keeping time or remembering time or remembering when things happened when they've been in a continuous life threat response. How we doing, Mushira or Rana? Do I need any?
We are doing great.
Perfect. Yes. Okay. All right.
Okay. And Phyllis, just let me announce again about the Arabic room. للناس اللي لسه منضمين معانا، رجاء لو حابين تسمعوا باللغة العربية، في علامة كرة أرضية تحت في الزوم، دوسوا عليها واختاروا الغرفة العربية، وفيها هيكون مقدم فيها ترجمة فورية.
Okay, so now I'm going to go through just what it looks like when we have a trauma response. And so we all have a resting level of arousal. And that resting level of arousal is, it kind of goes up and down in what we call a window of optimal arousal. And so in that window of optimal arousal, we have a window of optimal arousal for pretty much everything we do. So when I'm driving my car from where I live to Chicago, which is about 300 some miles, my resting level of arousal is a little higher because I don't want to fall asleep when I'm driving the car. And if I start to get sleepy while I'm driving the car, then I do all kinds of things. And I'm sure you all do some of these things too. When you're in a class, or you're at a lecture, or you're driving your car, or you have to stay awake for some reason, so I chew gum, or I roll down the windows, or I listen to music, or I have a conversation with somebody on the phone so that I can bring my arousal up when I need to. Our resting level of arousal when I get to Chicago and I want to go to sleep, then my resting level of arousal, my optimal level of arousal is much lower because I don't need to have that much arousal. In fact, it's going to be counterproductive to have that much arousal if I want to go to sleep. And so this is just normal that we all have a window of optimal arousal, and it's a different window for different actions that we engage in. So when a traumatic event happens, there is an increased amount of arousal, and our initial response, as we'll go through some of the signs just here in a minute, but our initial response goes way up. And then what happens? We go into that danger response and we get an increased heart rate. We might flush. We get ready to kind of scan the room and we find out what's going on. Do I need to flee? Do I need to fight? What do I need to do? And then over time, our resting level of arousal, because we go home and we tell the story after you see an accident, you see something happen, and it's a traumatic event. You see somebody get hurt, and you go home and you tell the story. You tell your partner, or you tell your parent. And over time, as we tell the story, our adaptive information processing systems start to help our arousal reduce. There's a lot of different activities that we're going to talk about that help arousal to reduce, but this is just the normal part of what happens in the brain. And then over time, we come back down to our resting level of arousal. Now, if another traumatic event happens after we've come down to our resting level of arousal and a significant amount of time has passed, there's another traumatic event, then the same kind of thing happens. And we go through that spike, and then we come back down to our optimal window of optimal arousal. So when we think about acute traumatic events, which sometimes, we call single event traumas or single incident traumas, we have all kinds of different responses. And the first one are neurophysiological responses. And what I'm sure you have all heard about are all the stress hormones that get released: adrenaline, norepinephrine, cortisol. And those stress hormones are there for a really important reason, because they help us rise to meet the challenge of whatever the trauma is that's going on. The thing that most people don't ever hear about is that when there's an acute traumatic event, what we also have is an increase in what's called the love or bonding hormones of oxytocin. And what this does is it helps us to seek support and to give support. And so our bodies are and our brains are designed both for when we haven't been chronically traumatized, both for a response of action and for a response of connection. Which I think is is pretty important. You know, when there's an acute traumatic event, there's emotional responses. It could be, you know, fear, anger, sadness, what we expect, but there can also be kind of an exhilaration. And so it's really important, and often hard if somebody is having a feeling that's different from the feeling you're having, or if different people in a family are having different feelings, it's often hard to not feel judgment about what somebody else might be feeling. And so just to know that adrenaline and norepinephrine and cortisol and oxytocin, they all impact people differently. And people are impacted based on their temperament, their genetics, their epigenetic responses, their families, their cultural backgrounds, their histories, and all the other things that are happening in the environment at the time. And so you can't necessarily predict just because you have a response, somebody else will have the same response. But the emotional responses tend to be intense. There's also physical responses, like you could be exhausted or you could feel completely keyed up. Either one can happen. You can have changes in appetite where you're very, very hungry or you don't want to eat at all. And then changes in sleep patterns where you only want to sleep or you absolutely cannot sleep no matter what you do. And then there can be relational responses, like sometimes after an acute traumatic event, people isolate. Other times people argue, and some of the, or kids, often little kids, are very clingy. This also, these relational responses also have to do with people's wiring and their experience of other traumatic things that have happened, and also what I call time on the planet. So the younger you are, the more scared you're going to be anytime something happens that's unexpected. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop here and I'm going to unshare and I'm going to have Patti. I'm going to pin Patti and unpin myself. And Patti is going to do a little exercise. Is that right, Patti? You're going to talk a little bit and you're going to decide what you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little exercise. So what Phyllis is talking about just in the last 25 minutes has to do with how our brains and our bodies function in relation to the experiences of trauma that we're having, whether they're traumatic or whether we feel safe, and how we there's this automatic process of fight, flight, freeze. There's an automatic process of dissociation when we can't get away, and a shutdown and a numbing.
Patti, I'm sorry. Our interpreter is asking for a timeout.
Okay.
For a break.
Okay.
Okay. So, son.
Okay.
Can you? I can't hear you. So, can you? Should we go on then, Sosan? Bayan? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the interruption, Patti.
No worries.
Yeah,
no
they
worries.
were switching.
Okay, so should I go?
Yes, please.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So what Phyllis was just talking about is how our bodies and our brains function in the process of stress and chronic stress. And if there are good enough environmental things going on, that we all come back to our resting level of arousal. And when we're at our resting level of arousal, we're able to be our most resource self, or we're able to be in what some of us would call our best self. For some of us, that's, you know, a parent self, a teacher self, a friend self, whatever that is for you. We want to encourage you to be connected to that part of who you are. So the other thing that Phyllis was talking about was brain structures and the ways that our brain responds to stress. And so when there's chronic stress and we lose access to the top of our brain, our prefrontal cortex, and we're just in our limbic system in a stress response, it's very, very difficult to be your best adult self. And so what we'd like to do during this training is help you identify for yourselves, and then and then you can give this to your clients too, but help you identify for yourself when you've been in chronic stress responses and you might be losing access to what your most adult resourced self is. And if you're an adult, we want to help you re-engage with that, re-engage with your adult self. And so what that means is finding the top of your brain, being able to soothe yourself inside, being able to regulate your nervous system, being able to be in present orientation, because in that place, you're going to do, you're going to be able to be more restored in your own self, and you're going to be able to help the kids and the other adults that you're working with a lot more. The other thing I want to say is with some of the relief efforts that are going on right now, the exhaustion and the constant, you know, having all the things that are falling out because of what has happened, create an exhaustion. And so I just want you to notice for yourself how that is inside of you. And I'm going to do a few exercises with you to see if we can help you kind of find your adult awareness or your most resource self. And you can use this with the people that you're serving also. So what I'd like to do right now is a visualization with you that helps to locate your most resource self, or the top of your brain, prefrontal cortex, and helps you have compassion and soothing for the distress that you're experiencing or that you have been experiencing. So just wanted to check, is the pace of my speech okay for the interpreter? Is that okay? Am I going at an okay speed? Okay. Okay, great. Okay. So what I want to invite you all to do, wherever you are, is to take a deep breath and let it out. And I'd like you to just notice where you're sitting. Like if you're sitting, your back on the chair, on the couch, if you're on the floor, sitting on the floor, notice your body being supported by wherever you're sitting. I want to invite you to notice if there's anything that's distracting you right now, anything that keeps coming in other than what's happening right now at this time. And I want to invite you to just notice what the distraction is and see if you can find a place, a containment place, to just let that fall off to the side so that you can attend to your own body, your own brain, and your own nervous system. And if during this exercise, or when during this exercise, you will become distracted by something, it's no problem. Just allow it to fall off to the side into containment and come back to your own body and your own brain and where you are at right now in this moment. So as you are here with me, with all of us together, I want to invite you to imagine your best self, whatever that is for you. Your best grown-up self. The part of you that can connect, the part of you that feels love, the part of you that has the capacity for joy or happiness. The part of you that has compassion. And again, I want to invite you to take a deep breath and just notice that part of who you are, that aspect of who you are that is your best self. I'd like you to notice without any judgment whether you felt connected to that best self lately or not, if it's been difficult or if it's been easy. Sometimes that best self feels a bit lost or disconnected. And I want to invite you to just envision who that is for you. And to be open to reconnection inside. Notice when you're in this best self, what you're doing. Are you alone? Are you with others? Notice the body posture. Notice whether you can do eye contact. Notice how you feel inside. What is the tone of your voice when you speak to others, when you're in this best self place? Are you gentle, compassionate, or something else? And if you were to create a word for who this best adult self is in you, what would that be? And if there's no word, that's okay too. And again, take a breath and just notice if it's difficult, if it's easy to hold on to the image of who this is for you, your best adult self. And notice when you're in this place of best adult self, you're able to have more connections with the top of your brain. You're more able to have connections with what's presently true right now. The next thing I want to invite you to do is to hold that picture in your mind's eye of who you are in your best adult self. You can use the word that you came up with also. Hold that. And then notice something inside of you that feels vulnerable. A part of you, it may be a part of you that is just tired or grieving. It may be a part of you that feels younger or something else. But while you're noticing that vulnerable aspect of yourself, I want you to check back in with your adult self, that picture of who you are in your adult self. And just notice how easy it is, or hard, whatever, how it is for you, whether you can hold on to that adult self while you notice the vulnerability. If it's difficult to hold on to your adult self when you notice the vulnerability, I want to invite you to move them a little more apart from each other. So to have a little bit more distance and see if that's helpful. And just notice what happens. If it feels okay, move the vulnerability a little closer to your adult self. And just notice what happens. There's no right or wrong answer to this. Next, I want to invite you to notice what it is that your vulnerability needs. What is the wisdom of your adult self? I want you to notice if it's possible to meet that need right now, or sometime tonight, or tomorrow. Or potentially, if the need is just to be able to have compassion and be connected. Notice what's happening right now in your body. You're feeling your feet on the floor and your back against the chair, or wherever you're sitting, knowing fully that you're right here in present time. Imagine what it might feel like to do this exercise before you do anything, before you go to work, before you parent your children or grandchildren, or meet a neighbor. To spend some time getting in your most adult, best adult self, most resource self, taking time to engage with that part of who you are. While you care for whatever is vulnerable in you. Imagine what that might feel like for you. I'd like you to take a moment to think about specifically how you might want to carry this experience into your evening, into your next week. And I want to invite you, as we shut this down, this exercise down, to take just a minute to write anything down that feels relevant to you, that felt helpful to you. And take a breath. And when you're ready, turn your attention back to the group. And there's some suggestion in the chat that if anyone wants to unmute and say anything about their experience with this, that would be okay. Is that right, Mushara?
Yes, they need to raise their hands and then we can unmute them. So لو أي حد حابب يشارك تجربته أو حتى يسأل سؤال ممكن تعملوا raise hand وإحنا نعمل لكم unmute. But I can definitely say, Patti, that for me, and obviously I've done this, you know, with your guidance a couple times before. So it's always interesting to connect with my body and just notice the areas of tension.
Mm-hmm.
And just you know, noticing that is always interesting, but also focusing on the vulnerability and bringing that vulnerability close to that adult awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Opens up so much to think about.
It's an exercise that I use just to help me stay regulated and as a person and as an adult and as somebody that's a caregiver, you know, that it's very normal to when you're on and you're doing so much that you would become disconnected, and it's just a natural process of stress. And so this is really geared towards how are you staying connected to yourself? How are you staying connected to your adult self? And really thinking about it and embodying it.
Thank you for the exercise, Patti.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we do have a couple of people, and I'm gonna unmute Bara.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
ممكن أشارك مشاعري بعد التدريب اللي حصل الآن؟
تفضلي.
شعرت بثقل في الرأس وشعرت بتوتر وحزن وتشتت قليلا. بس بعدها حسيت إني رجعت أفضل، حسيت إني نظري كان جيد، ما في تشويش، وكان حسيت براحة أفضل.
Okay, اسمحي لي أترجم. So initially she felt sadness, a little bit scattered, but then by the end of the training, she felt that her vision was more focused and that there's a bit of relief that she could sense in her body as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bara. شكرا.
عفوا.
عروة تفضلي.
معلش اسأل السؤال بالإنجليزي.
تفضل طبعا.
Thank you for sharing with us. I find it always, so I'm kind of going through this crisis where there's something that's taking me away from the moment, and with you, I try to bring myself back, but constantly I was being taken away, and I was cleaning my house today, and I just couldn't just stay. Always my mind wanders. So if you have maybe a technique so I can at least calm down over the weekend, because the stress has to do with the work, and I cannot go back if I'm worn out.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about the type of work you do, Arwa?
I'm a teacher, so I take care of a group of people, and we reached a state of conflict, and it shaken me a lot. So yeah, I'm just like the situation unfolded in a way that my students didn't like something that I was doing, and they felt afraid, and as a result, they threatened me to report me to the HR. So that has created unsafety for me, and I'm really holding very hard to my adult self, as you would call it, and I found it in myself in the last 2 days to restore peace and give them that assurance, and I feel everybody has calmed down. But there are those moments over the weekend when I'm on my own and my mind goes in every direction and starts going, thinking about what might happen and how might respond to it and all that stuff. But I find a place in myself that is very confident and very calm and very, very conscious. But I'm losing my ability to be in the moment. I think I'm dissociating a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for sharing, Arwa.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have another exercise that might be helpful, that I can do it maybe soon, or maybe sometime in a little what, whenever it fits, that might be helpful in calming that distress. And so thank you so much for sharing.
We have another participant, Reem. Reem, would you like to share?
She might be in the Arabic one.
Oh, okay. You need to come back to the main room. ريم ممكن ترجعي للمين روم لو حابة تشاركي. سوسن وبيان ممكن تقولوا لها ترجع للمين روم لو انتوا سامعينها، يعني لو مش سامعينها يبقى عندها مشكلة. لا اوكي، طيب نتأسف لك يا ريم لان احنا مش سامعينك. اوكي احنا مش سامعينك يا ريم، بس ممكن تكتبي سؤالك او تعليقك في ال Q&A. اوكي okay, we can go ahead and continue if there's no other questions.
Is Reem available? It looks like
we can't hear her, so
okay. All right.
yeah, we can't hear her.
Okay.
So I also have a couple of exercises that we're going to do as we continue on. Thank you, Patti, for this exercise.
Do you want me to do the light stream exercise before we go on?
Before we go on? Shara, yes?
It's always a yes for light stream.
Okay.
I love light stream. Yeah, because light stream is an exercise that that you can access anytime. And it's one that if there are specific areas of distress, you can locate those areas of distress and we can work with those. And so let's just give it a try. How's that sound? Okay. So what I'm going to ask you all to do is tell me if you were to think of a healing color of light. I want you to pick that healing color of light and just hold it close to you. Okay. So remember this, your healing color of light. What I'm going to ask you to do right now is I'm going to ask you to locate something that's distressing for you, like it might have been an event, it might have been a conversation, it might be a body sensation, like whatever that is for you, and it will be different for everyone. So as you locate that distressing thing, I'm going to ask you to tell yourself, if it had a shape, what would the shape be? So I want you in your mind's eye to hold the distress as a shape. And as you do that, I want to invite you to have the healing color of light come in through your head and your shoulders and your arms and your torso and direct itself toward that shape. See that healing color of light moving in and around and through that shape. And just notice what happens. Next, I'd like to invite you to notice whatever's remaining to have a texture. And as you experience the texture of it, invite the healing color of light to come in and move all around and through it, holding it, massaging it, moving in and through and around. If it's possible to intensify the healing color of light, allow that to be. Because the healing color of light has a strength to it. Next, I want to invite you to notice any remaining distress and what color it is. If it had a color, what would it be? And again, notice the healing color of light finding its way around the shape, the texture, and the color. And take a breath. And if it feels even a little bit better, I want to invite you to do some tapping, just like you can see me tapping right here, butterfly tapping, and take a breath. See your healing color of light. And another breath. Okay. And just notice that. So I'm going to invite you to carry your healing color of light with you wherever you go, and your butterfly tapping. Okay. There's a little light stream.
Thank you so much. So let's open it up if anyone wants to give us feedback on that. Ali. And there's also a couple of questions that we will address.
Sure.
تفضلي علي. ممكن تعمل unmute وتفضلي.
مساء الخير يا دكتورة مشيرة.
مساء الفل.
عاملة ايه؟ أنا
الحمد
مبسوط إن
لله.
احنا بقالنا كتير ما اجتمعناش الاجتماع ده والله. أولا بشكركم، ثانيا حابب أشارككم إنه التمرين ده أنا عشان طبعا فاهم المدرسة كويس، أنا حسيت بإن الذات الممكنة بتاعتي بشكل اللون كان أخضر، وكأنه بتتواصل مع جزء كان فيه مشاعر غضب، ومشاعر الغضب دي كانت عاملة زي ألسنة نار، والألسنة النار دي لما بدأت أدخل اللون الأخضر حواليها بدأ حجمها بدل ما كانت هي ملهاش نهاية بدأت تاخد حجم محدد. لما بدأت أدخل اللون الأخضر كمان أكتر وأكتر بدأ يبقى زي العلامات بس، لكن اللون بتاع النار نفسها بدأ يتغير شوية. حركة الطبطبة بتاعت الفراشة دي حسيت إن أنا ذات الممكنة بتاخد الطفل ده أو الجزء البارت المأذي اللي هنا في الجزئية دي بدأت تحتويه أكتر. حسيت إن حتى العلامات بدأت تروح، وكأني أنا دلوقتي الجزء اللي كان مأذي ده بالنسبة لي بقى زي فراغ كبير قوي، أو الصورة يعني كأني أنا جوايا ذات الممكن عامله زي السماء وفي نجم فيها صغير كده، فمقارنه بحجم السماء حجم النجم لا يذكر.
اوكي. شكرا.
شكرا لكم، ومحتاجين تمارين زي كده كتير، احنا ما خدناش في المدرسه التمارين الحلوه دي.
شكرا يا علي. شكرا. طيب هحاول اترجم. Okay, so Ali is one of your air trainees, so he's very familiar with this whole process. So while doing the exercise, what he felt was his most resource self, and his color was green. There was a part, and for him the part was represented by fire that had no end, and that was more, you know, around the anger or rage, and he kept visualizing, and that green contained the fire. So initially that fire was had a specific more specific or delineated became more delineated, and then eventually it was more that his most resource self was represented by a sky, and that part was almost like a star in it by the end of the exercise. And he's asking for more.
We'll do some more. We'll do some more. Yes, it's beautiful. It's so powerful. Thank you for sharing. It's powerful because your mind is actually working towards healing your mind and your spirit, all and your body. We're healing machines, and so that's wonderful.
Yes. Okay, so إيمان. تفضلي يا إيمان.
الله يزيد فضلك، يعطيكم العافية. هلا بالنسبة للتدريب طبعا هو أعتقد ما لازم يكون جزء لحاله ضمن برنامج علاجي أو شيء، بس إيش مثلا في شيء مهم إنه يكون قبله. يعني هلا مثلا لما عملت التدريب معاكم تخيلت الشيء المؤلم، أوكي، ولما اجيت بدي اسلط عليه الضوء جزء من عقلي قال لا لسه انا مو مستعده، بعدين انه لا خلص يلا يا بنت الحلال ومشي الضوء وطبقت التدريب والى اخره. فممكن نفس الشيء يواجهني، ممكن مثلا يجيني عميل نفس الشغله انه لا انا ماني مستعد هلا اني اعمل هيلينج، ماني مستعد انه هلا انا اداوي واسلط الضوء وانهي الموضوع. فهل مثلا في تدريب قبلي ممكن الواحد يمارسه او شيء معين يلي يساعد انه خلال هذا البروسيس ما يضيع وقته وهو عم بتخانق مع حاله؟ ممكن مثلا أنا ما عندي مقاومة، بس ممكن يكون عندي مريض إجاني عنده مقاومة، فكيف أكسرها من البداية هذه الشغلة؟ أو ممكن أضيف خلال نفس التدريب عبارات معينة حول هذا الشأن. إيش رؤيتهم بهذا الموضوع؟ يعطيكم العافية.
Okay, الله يعافيكي. شكرا إيمان. So Iman was asking that she had an idea or a concern when she was doing the training that she didn't want to touch her vulnerability. So or that thing that came up. So she's asking for her clients if there's a what would you recommend if and I'm going to use her word, if a client is resistant to the technique.
Yeah.
So maybe shed some light on this idea that of
Yes.
resistance.
So I thank you for that, bringing that up. So when a client, when someone doesn't want to touch their vulnerability, what we want to say is just notice that and allow yourself to move farther away. So you don't make anything have to happen, but you just invite the next degree of care and seeing inside that you can. And so you might even give the vulnerable part of you his own little space to be in, or a comfortable pillow or something. Does that make sense?
Yes, and may I add that people don't resist getting better, that it's usually they have there's a good reason or a wisdom behind, if a client says stop, this is not I don't want to do this, or we had someone share that she imaged the top, and I'm going to read it all, and I think it represents what we want to get at. A tough inflamed stone, every time I try to pass the blue color through it, it reflects back again as it's refusing to pass anything through this red inflamed stone. The only thing I could do is covering the stone with the blue color to contain the pain, but not to heal it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes, and you let that be good enough. You let that be perfect. Whatever someone can do is exactly what is supposed to happen.
yes. So yeah, there's a lot of questions about, I couldn't really visualize a light, or this didn't work for me, and that is absolutely fine.
Yes.
All of the things that we're suggesting today are tools that you add to your toolbox. And this is one thing that both of you have, and anyone who's trained with you, had you as mentors, understands that. We come into this and we understand that all of you have giftings, all of you have your schools, the ways you've always things and techniques that have always worked for you and your clients. We are adding to that. We're not taking anything away. So we are adding to that and hoping that what we present today is helpful and useful. There was a question about using your first, the most resource self technique for someone with Alzheimer's, Patti. Can you talk a little bit to that?
Phyllis, can you take that one?
Yep. I think that for it, depending on how advanced the Alzheimer's is, the one thing that can be really helpful when people have dementia is that they tend to actually have pretty good memories of long ago things. And so, if they don't have chronic trauma where they're stuck in trauma loops, they tend to be able to kind of grab things that were pleasant or felt good from when they were younger. And so you can use that, even if it's not a current thing, because it's really wanting people to get in either a very present current state or a state that feels resourced, so they feel content or they feel happy. My mom is 90 years old and has advanced Alzheimer's, and had a hip replaced recently because she broke her hip. And so I was in Chicago in the nursing facility with her, and she was in a lot of pain, and so, and she's at the point where she can't communicate really at all anymore. And so what I did is, I grew up Catholic and we prayed a lot. And so what I said is, Mom, how about we pray? And she immediately, clear as day, said, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. And then we said the Hail Mary together. And so that was all there. And it put her in a place of like present to her own resourced spiritual condition. And then we said the prayer a lot of times. And it helped her, it didn't make all the pain go away because she just had a hip replaced. But it did kind of settle her agitation that she was starting to have.
The other thing I want to also add to this is because there are a lot of people that can't really visualize very well. And the kind of bottom line point that we're trying to make is, how do we regulate our nervous systems by using our different sensory systems? So vision is one of them. Another idea would be finding music that represents your most resource self, and allowing yourself to play the music, do some butterfly tapping. It doesn't have to be, and to kind of like feel the strength of your resource inside until you can kind of feel some of that. Another thing that we oftentimes use is different scents, like different smells or scents that feel resourcing. It could be food, it could be some kind of oil, flowers, like we could use our different senses to kind of like identify who we are in our resource, and what is it that feels powerful. And it also, we could use, like for me, the ocean, the wind is a resource for me and my most resource self. So if I feel really vulnerable or I'm exhausted, I might like close my eyes and I might just pretend that I feel the wind coming off of the ocean, hitting my face and blowing my hair, or the sun in my face, that kind of a thing. So what we're doing is we're using our sensory systems in order to help us regulate and feel more connected inside. And so I love that whoever brought that up, that they can't visualize and it didn't work for them. So think about what would work for you. What would work for you to help you feel empowered?
I would like to just do one more brief thing with the things that you were doing.
Sure.
And then we can switch back to getting more information about the impact on children and adolescents. But to just start from the 2 exercises Patti just did. And if they're, so we want to start with you in as present a place as you can possibly be. And one of the ways that I do this is that I invite you to think about someone or something, a place, a person, an animal, that every time you think of that, you just get the feeling where you go, like, it's so tender, so sweet. And let that, just whatever that is, let that arise. And just see how that impacts your whole body and where your brain goes. Notice if it feels like you have more room to expand, or you feel more solid or settled. And in this space, invite, you don't have to touch the vulnerability. You don't have to do anything that feels like too much. But from this place, kind of see as far away from yourself as you need to. You can see the vulnerability or the red stone or the rough patch that's still there. Because it takes time sometimes. And staying in this tender place where you feel that every time you think about that person or place or animal, you get that just tender feeling. And just make a channel from wherever you feel at, your heart or in your mind or wherever you feel that feeling. Just make a small channel that goes from you to that vulnerability or rough patch. And just know you don't have to, that place in you doesn't have to do anything different, and you don't have to do anything different. It can just be what it is. Because this process that all three of these things we just did is developing new neural networks, new neural pathways. Because as we're asking you to come to the present or to think about something that's tender, to wake up the top of your brain, your connecting neurons, all the neural networks for connection. As we're doing that, and then we're thinking about, as the top of your brain is activated, and then we're thinking about things that might be hard or irritating or agitating or sad. Because we're starting at the top of the brain, we're building a brain bridge from the medial prefrontal cortex, the center of your brain, which I just figured out was the same place as the third eye. From this part of your brain through into the amygdala. And that brain bridge is what allows there to be calming and soothing deep distress from things that have just happened or things that have happened a long time ago that get stored in your memories. And so every time you practice this, any of these things, you are building neurology, even if it feels like it doesn't work. And a little bit later on, I'm going to do some other things like this where we use objects. And so it's another way that's really helpful with children, but also helpful with adults who have significant trauma, because trauma interrupts our ability to access our verbal processing centers of the brain. So we're going to do some more.
Thank you so much, Phyllis. Okay. So again, before going into the part on adolescents and children, we want to make sure that there are no questions so far and that we addressed anything. So raise your hand if you have any questions, and we can we'll ask you to unmute. Okay, so I think we're good to go ahead.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am going to share this again. Okay. So we think about development. So I'm a I've practiced for about 30 years, 25 or so years postdoctoral training. And my practice has been with children and adolescents and families and then some adults. So I see and think about almost everything from a developmental lens. And this is important because some of the people that we're interacting with are actually children, but it's also important because many of the adults that end up in our offices or we end up working with even out in the field, they have experiences that happened to them when they were children. And when trauma happens, or what I say, when bad things happen, or when hard things happen, when people are children, and trauma overwhelms the brain's ability to store the information in the part of the brain that stores like verbal stories, so narratives about what happened. That part of the brain gets shut down. So the hippocampus gets shut down by large amounts of stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline, those kinds of things. And so when that happens, all of the information gets stored in the sensory and the motor parts of the brain. And so that's why when people have traumatic memories, they can't frequently put words to things, or they say, well, I don't know if I don't have any memories, but I always feel like somebody is choking me, or I always feel like someone is holding me down. So what we know is that when a trauma is happening, the timekeeper of the brain turns off. And when the system is overwhelmed, the things that are happening get stored outside of time, kind of in a bubble. And in that bubble, because it's outside of time, it gets encapsulated, and the resources that are available at the time that the trauma happens are the only resources that are available when somebody remembers that thing happening. If it's a traumatic memory, then if something happened when you were 5, then and you get triggered into that memory, you only have available to you the resources, cognitive, emotional, relational resources that were available to you when you were 5. And so this is why you see sometimes you're working with an adult, and all of a sudden maybe their voice tone shifts, or they were talking just fine to you, and all of a sudden they kind of have no words. They're trying to think of words that they can't get to, or they start getting really rigid and black and white thinking, when just 5 minutes ago they could understand ambiguity and those kinds of things. And so what's happening is they're getting stuck in what we call a trauma loop, in those trauma memories. And so they're looping around, only having available to them what was available to them at the time that the trauma happened. And what we try to do then, like Patti was doing with the Most Resource Self, is we help people to connect back in the present time to their adult self or their adolescent self, or whatever age they are. And then from this present place where you do have access to your current resources and cognitive abilities and emotional abilities and relational abilities, from this place, then you can do that, tending to kind of that part of you that got trapped with the bad things that happen. We want to pull that part to the present. And so you can think about it because a lot of times people say, well, I don't have any memories, but they have all these reactions in their bodies. And the way I think about that and the way I explain it to people is like phantom limb syndrome. And we all know that with phantom limb syndrome, there you might not have an arm, or the part of your arm might be missing, but people have intense pain in their hand that's not there anymore. And we know medically, when we do MRIs, what's happening is that the part of the brain in the motor cortex and in the pain circuitry of the brain that was firing when the hand was there, it's firing in those same patterns. And so the neurology for the hand is still there, even though the hand isn't there. And so in that loop, then you are actually still getting the neurological firing and the pain experiences of the limb that is not there. And it is the same thing with traumatic memories, that your brain is looping and firing in the patterns of the bad thing that happened. And that's why sometimes people say, it feels like I know that you're not going to hurt me, but everything in me feels terrified that I'm going to get hurt. And so that's why that happens. And that's good news, because people don't feel crazy or like they're making it up when you can explain it this way. The other thing that happened is, I'm talking about these age-related reactions to traumatic events. You can think about if some of these things are happening and a child doesn't get help, then these are the kinds of things that people might still continue to struggle with later on as an adult when they get triggered, if that makes sense, hopefully. Okay, so preschool and young school age children, so like 2 to 6-year-olds, 2 to 5, 6-year-olds, when traumatic events happen, and this could be, like disasters, or it could be, seeing somebody get hurt. It could be a lot of different things. It could be witnessing something or having something happen to yourself, because young children, all children actually, because they don't have enough experience of the world, everything they experience is actually much more intense emotionally than if they were adults. So the younger you are, the less you understand about how the world works, the less experience you have of things working out. And so everything is much scarier and much less understandable. And so very young children almost always have intense feelings of helplessness, and very much uncertainty about whether there's continued danger. And even when they are reassured over and over and over again, because they don't, well, number one, if they're younger than 5, their timekeeper of their brain is not even fully on yet. And so they don't even have a way to kind of know that things heal over time, because they don't have a good conception of time. And we can think about, when do we start to teach children how to tell time? It's when they're about 5 or 6 years old, when the timekeeper of the brain is fully functional. And so they have the capacity in their brains to do that. Very young children tend to have not just fears about the traumatic event, but their fear tends to go into all aspects of their lives. And because that happens, a lot of times the intensity of the fear or anxiety in a sense, it uses up so much of their brain that they can start to lose some of their previously acquired developmental skills. And so sometimes what happens is that they actually, if they're 4, they might start talking like they did when they were 3. They might have been toilet trained, but now they're bedwetting. They might start sucking their thumb again. And all of these things are because we all have only a limited capacity to attend. And the younger you are, the more your system can become derailed. All your systems can become derailed. The younger you are, the higher the stress. And so that's why children start to have some developmental regression. Children have, depending on the amount of words that they have, if they're very young, they don't even have a lot of words to describe what's bothering them. Children younger than, between 2 and 5 is when children are getting words for emotions. And so the younger they are, the less they even know what emotions are or have words to describe them. And so all of these are intensified when young preschoolers and young children are exposed to traumatic events. There tends to be a lot of tantrums, or what we call meltdowns here, which is a physiological overload from the trauma. And so the inability to control your body, flailing around, falling on the floor, being dysregulated is a direct cause of the stress hormones that flood your body. And because there's continued uncertainty, there's actually just a little bit of danger all the time, besides from inside the brain, besides what's happening outside. So very young children need constant reassurance. They also can have an enormous amount of difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep, and might have nightmares or night terrors. School age children, so 6 to 11-year-olds, they have a little bit of a different level of reaction to traumatic events. And like all of us, there's when a traumatic event happens, there's the increased heart rate, there's the fight flight response. If children were trapped or unable to respond, they may have gone into the life threat response, and so gotten that rush of endogenous endorphins and the basically endogenous morphine. And so then their systems have to move that out. And so they will have that experience over time. One of the things that happens when you get that morphine rush is then you have to withdraw from that morphine. And so there might be an intensified period a few days later of withdrawal symptoms like agitation, irritation, shaking, different kinds of inability to control body responses. So, and that can be true for children and adults. So school age children tend to have just a persistent concern over their own safety and the safety of their family or their friends or people at their school or people in their neighborhood. And so it's not like younger children, it tends to be about themselves or their parent, or their primary caregiver. For a little bit older children, they not only are worried about themselves, but they worry about other people around them. They also can have a preoccupation with their own actions during the event. And so a lot of times school-age children have a guilt or shame over kind of what they did or didn't do during the event. And even when an adult can say, that's ridiculous, you couldn't do anything about the earthquake, you couldn't do anything about the fire, you couldn't do, but they because children necessarily understand the world around them as being connected to their own behavior and to who they are, they have a very high level of feeling responsible for the things that happen around them, and they can't be talked out of it because it is a developmental reality. The younger they are, to not be able to separate who they are from the things that happen around them. And so they have this enormous feeling that they're responsible. And they can also retell the traumatic event kind of over and over, and need to talk about it over and over and over and over and over again, which can be annoying sometimes for adults. This constant retelling can be a good thing because it's our adaptive information processing system is moving the information, the arousal from the right brain, where we have the emotional centers and the sensory centers and the motor centers of the brain, to the left brain, which are the verbal centers of the brain. And if someone is telling the story over and over again, and you can see that their emotional arousal is getting lower and their agitation is getting lower, and maybe they don't have the same kind of pupil dilation and stress responses, all that stuff is getting lower, then it's okay that they're telling the story over and over again. You also will start to hear a little bit different details of a story. So the story starts to change a little bit over time, because as some of the initial shock and stress hormones start to get depleted, more information gets available. So more sensory information. So someone might remember, oh, I heard a sound that they hadn't remembered earlier. And so those are how you might know that the memory is actually getting processed and moved, into regular storage, like the hippocampus storage. School-age children, because they're still kind of getting used to feelings and managing feelings, can get overwhelmed by their own feelings of sadness, fear, those kinds of things. They can also, and this is for all children, young children and older school-age children, is that they can easily get overwhelmed by other people's emotions too. And so there's what we call, I worked in middle school for a very long time, and 11 to 14-year-olds, and they get a lot of contagion. One person starts to have a feeling, and then another person has the feeling, and another person has the feeling, and it kind of runs like wildfire through the whole group. And one of the reasons for that is because of mirror neurons. When they're watching somebody else have a response, and this is true for all of us, the mirror neurons in our brain fire in the same patterns as the emotional neuron circuitry in the other person's brain. And that's why we can feel empathy for people, because we are actually firing 60% of the neurons that are firing in your brain are firing in the same places in our brains, in my brain. And that's why I can feel empathy. I can feel what you're feeling, because my brain is responding in similar patterns. And so until children get further into adolescence and they have a better ability to separate what's my feeling and what somebody else is feeling, they can get very overwhelmed by all the feelings in the room, everybody else's feelings. This is also true of people, many people who have like very sensitive neurology. They have either sensory sensitivities or they've been very emotionally sensitive. They feel very tender about things. They have really big feelings. They can also be overwhelmed by other people's feelings. School-age children also have, of course, a fear of the recurrence of events. And they also tend to fear reminders of the events. And so this is where you get some of that post-traumatic kind of some more of that post-traumatic experiences of not just the thing that happened, but other things that were around when the thing happened. The developmental tasks that are compromised for school-age children tend to be that they very many times have sleep disturbances, difficulty falling asleep. They can kind of regress to fear of sleeping alone if they've been sleeping by themselves. Now they don't want to sleep in their own room or without a parent in the room anymore. They can also frequently have nightmares. School-age children, their concentration in learning at school tends to be interrupted. This age child starts to have more of the somatic symptoms. So they might complain of headaches and stomach aches, and there might be no obvious reason. But the reason is actually the traumatic response. And some of it is due to the impact of stress hormones on the body. But the other thing is that because pain circuitry in the brain, whether it's emotional pain or physical pain, is the same circuitry. And so when you are overwhelmed and have emotional intensity, emotional pain, that can translate into other areas of the body, and so that you actually have pain in your stomach or you actually have a headache. So it's not all in your mind, or else everything actually is all in your mind. And so what we can do is, again, is bringing comfort. If a child has a headache, there's ways that you can soothe the headache, but also do emotional soothing, which is going to help. School-age children can also kind of all of a sudden be reckless or aggressive. They might start fighting with their siblings more, or getting into arguments with kids in the neighborhood or at school, or those kinds of things. I saw somebody had raised their hand. Mushira, is there a question?
We can check. Selma, you can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, can I speak in Arabic?
اتفضلي.
اوكي. الحقيقة أنا يعني هو الموضوع مش ملهوش علاقة بالزلازل قوي يعني، بس هي كانت صدمة في حاصلة لولاد أعرفهم إن هم حصل انفصال بين الأب والأم بس مفاجئ، واتطردوا من البيت وكده، فهم سلوكياتهم اتغيرت خالص بسبب الصدمة دي، ومش عارفين نتصرف ازاي معاهم. هي كانت صدمة بالنسبة لهم الطلاق المفاجئ وخروجهم من البيت بشكل غير لائق يعني.
اوكي، حضرتك في القاهرة؟ اوكي، ممكن تبعت لنا على الأكاديمية في البرايفت وتقولي لنا مكانك فين في القاهرة، وممكن نبعت لحضرتك أسماء متخصصين في الدكاترة نفسيين وسايكولوجيست كمان ممكن يساعدوا الأسرة دي. Okay. So her question was a family, and it's not related to earthquakes, but there was a sudden divorce in the family, and the children were kicked out of their house, I assume by one of the parents. So, and that reflected on, you know, change in behavior, obviously. So she's asking if you have any insights on that.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen very similar things, unfortunately, too many times. Children tend to be even more connected to place and familiar place than adults are. And that's one of the reasons why it can be so disruptive and dysregulating when children have to leave their home. And again, it's because they don't have enough experience of being alive where you move and things are okay. You go somewhere else and you get new things and it's okay. And so the intensity of that break, leaving the house, in and of itself can be very, very traumatic. I would also say that, you know, the disruption in the relationship with one of the parents, of course, is also going to be very disruptive for children. Depending on the ages of the children, they might respond and react very differently to the event happening. You know, for younger children and for some children with special needs or with neurodiversity, transitions are extremely upsetting and difficult. And so just the transition from living in one place to living in another place, even if nothing bad was happening, could cause an extended period of agitation, irritation, you know, because that event, even though not traumatic, let's say you're moving to a new home, that's a bigger home, that they're going to have a better room. But it's still impacts in the brain can impact as somewhat traumatic for children who have special needs, especially if they have sensory sensitivities where every transition, every change, everything different has intense feelings associated with it. And when you have sensory sensitivities or other neurodiversities, you know, like other people might not really respond to a slightly different smell in a new house, but children with sensory sensitivities might be very dysregulated by a new smell that is actually there. It's just that their sensory experience is much more sensitive, and so they can detect things that other people can't, or they respond to things that other people can't. You know, I would say that you know, a lot of the same kind of things that we're going to be talking about how do you help kids when there's big changes or there's big traumatic things that happen, are going to apply for this.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit to ACEs? And I know we do have some Arabic information on ACEs. I think it would help clarify some of the confusion about what we consider as trauma and how we define that.
Yep. So the ACEs, the adverse childhood events or experiences, this is research that started in the United States in the mid-90s, so 1995, 1996, and there's 10 categories of adverse childhood experiences. And so there's physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, physical neglect, emotional neglect, divorcing parents, a parent incarcerated, mental illness in a parent or other family member. I'm blanking on the other two right now. So there's 10 categories of adverse childhood events. And it doesn't matter if something happened once or 100 times. You just get one for each class of events. And so it's all these different things that combined increase somebody's risk, and then in combination with resilience factors might, or protective factors, increases somebody's resilience. And so we know for children that there are a lot of protective factors. So even if you have, even if there was verbal abuse and divorce, and we also know living in poverty is an adverse childhood experience, even if you have those three things, but you had other protective factors like a strong relationship with your parents or a grandparent, and you had friendships at school, and you had somebody teaching you about emotional language. If you have some of these other strengths or resources or resilience factors, then you'll have you might have a very different outcome for those ACEs. And so when we look at the research over the past 30 years about adverse childhood experiences, and this research now has happened all over the world. And there's now the international ACEs, and this includes more experiences of war and refugee trauma and witnessing violence and living in poverty. So more of those kinds of things are included. Experiences of bullying in school, so things that happen outside of family, outside of the family. You know, we know that all of these things, one thing with a lot of resilience factors doesn't impact you as much as many different categories of ACEs. So we usually talk about 3 or more ACEs increases risk for depression, anxiety, dissociation, physical illness, chronic autoimmune illness, chronic inflammation in the brain and the body, and many other kinds of physical illnesses, and also earlier death. The more ACEs that you have, the more likely that a lot of these other things are going to happen too. Is that good, Mushira?
It's perfect. And I'm sending a couple of images just to, showing what ACEs are, the 10 types under the 3 categories that Phyllis talked about. And I will also send a visual image of the impact, the long-term impact. Okay, so one more question from Ali. تفضل يا علي.
مساء الخير يا دكتورة مشيرة. هو في طفلة تعرضت لتحرش جنسي من طبيب. الكلام ده هي عندها دلوقتي 12 سنة. الكلام ده حصل من سنتين، كان عندها 10 سنين. الموضوع ترتب عليه إن هي بتعمل حاجة اسمها بيجاس. البيجاسم اللي هو متلازمة إنها احتباس البول، بتحبس البول، فده بيوصلها لنفس الإحساس بتاع اللذة اللي كانت حصلت من
طيب
من
علي،
التروما.
انا معلش انا هوقفك وخلينا نتكلم في الحالة دي في السوبرفيجن.
ماشي
تمام؟ اوكي،
ماشي.
شكرا يا علي. شكرا. So, I want to thank you for being eager to help your clients. But I think it would be better addressed in supervision. And we meet next week, so that's very soon. Okay. هبة جميل، تفضلي.
Hello, how are you? I was gonna ask my question in English actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to know how can I know if the child is really going through trauma or because some children are by nature they overreact or like they are very sensitive. So how we can exactly know that, no, this thing is becoming a trauma for this child? Or because I'm working at school, and sometimes and with special need children, so sometimes I have difficulty to understand, is they are going through trauma, or this is just because of their disability. And also the same thing with my kids. So what's the main thing that can show us is this child is really going through trauma?
That is a great question. And it's actually kind of traditionally, I've worked in schools kind of my whole career. And traditionally, both in psychology and education and in parenting, we actually have it flipped. We say kids who are really sensitive, they need less attention because they're overreacting. And it's actually the opposite, because kids who are wired, their neurology is exquisitely sensitive. It means that they are actually experiencing the world much more intensely than other people are. And so because if somebody has, say, a sensory sensitivity to sound and smell, you know, I like to ask people, imagine that you go into work and you get to your desk, and sitting on your desk is a plate, and on that plate is something that is the smell that is the worst smell you can imagine. And you can't move it off your desk. It has to stay there all day. And then somebody comes and sits in front of your desk and they start talking, just a monotone talking, just constantly throughout the day. And you can't make them stop. And so you've got this smell that you can't move and this stuff coming in that you can't. So then now imagine how proficient are you at doing your job that day? You know, so for a while you might be able to block it out, but as soon as you start to block it out, then the speech gets a little louder, right? And so what happens for kids with sensory sensitivities, especially whether it's emotional sensitivity or other sensory sensitivities, is that a lot of times they have sensory modulation difficulties, so they can't modulate or habituate to sensory information coming in. And so how that reads in the brain is as a danger signal. And so they're constantly being bombarded with danger signals, which increases their stress response. And so that increases adrenaline, norepinephrine, cortisol, because their brain and their body is trying to fight off the danger all the time. And so then over time, they actually get wired even more sensitive because their brain is getting wired to look for the danger rather than to look for connection. And so kids who are really, you know, temperamentally kind of sensitive, and then have sensory sensitivities, their experience is actually 100 times worse or more than what we experience. And this is why kids sometimes, like they can't manage to do more than one homework exercise, because it just exhausts them, because there's so much they have to attend to in terms of the sensory experience or the environment or the noise or whatever it is. And so, when we look at the neurology, like say of autism or other neurodiversities, ADHD, OCD, other childhood kind of neurodevelopmental conditions that also have with them sensory sensitivities, those neurologies look very much similar to the neurology of kids who've been chronically abused. And so so what we have to do then is to see kids, even though it's like sometimes, you know, and my daughter is a person who has pretty intense sensitivities. And sometimes I remember once when she was 6 and she had this little toy, and on the little toy, it was one of those things you had to feed, you know, and change and all that kind of stuff. And so it died, right? It was like, you know, a little going to heaven kind of picture on it. And she just lost it. She's just sobbing and sobbing and sobbing. And so I was trying to be a good mom, and I'm like, it's okay. And, you know, you know, we'll get it. You'll be able to get in, you know, those kinds of things. And after about 10 minutes, I'm like, Zosha, it is not that big of a deal. And she just turned and looked at me and she said, yes, mama, it is that big of a deal. And I just had to say, okay, you know, misattuned parenting moment. You know, it just, you know, and that sensitivity, it's like it took me a while, and sometimes I still forget, and she's 24, that she's exquisitely sensitive, and that means her neurology is on fire a lot of the time. And so I think what we need to do is bring even more, even when we get more kind of like, oh my God, I can't deal with this again. We need to actually bring much more care and compassion and concern and opportunities for kids to regulate physically to those kids, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And maybe this is a good time to talk a little bit to kind of the overdiagnosis of ADHD in children who have experienced trauma or wired differently, neurodiverse individuals.
Sure. So what we see is, you know, again, that extended stress response rewires the brain. So rather than resting or being ready for connection, children's brains get wired to notice danger. And so this is the way I think about it or explain it sometimes is we're all taking in thousands and thousands of bits of information all the time. And so our polyvagal system, or the autonomic nervous system, the reticular activating system, the brain and the body, is constantly taking in information and doing micro adjustments all the time, just like an app on your phone updates in the background. It's getting information, it's shifting a little bit, it's telling you different things to do and to pay attention to. And so if you're wired neurotypically, and if you don't have, you know, history of chronic traumatic things happening, then let's just say there's 1,000 bits of information coming in at us. And right now, wherever you are, even if you're in your own home, in a place where there isn't violence or danger happening on the outside of your home, there's nothing happening on the inside of your home. For every single one of us, we are all getting little bits of information that could potentially be danger. You know, it might be a little noise, it might be something you see out of the corner of your eye, but we're not responding with a danger response because it's just maybe 100 bits of information, and then there's 900 bits of information that are either neutral or positive. And so when you're wired typically, you are paying more attention to the 900 signals than the 100 signals. You pay some attention to the 100 signals of danger because sometimes one gets kind of spikes up like it's a really loud noise, and then you have to pay attention. And then you come to the top of your brain, you notice, okay, that was just the sound of a car backfiring. It's not a big deal. Your heart rate goes back down to normal, and then you're paying attention. But for the most part, you've got the 900 is more information than the 100. So for people who are wired with sensory sensitivities or emotional sensitivities, or who have been repeatedly traumatized, remember the brain rewires. So in a resting state, it is primed not for connection and rest, but for danger. And so what happens then is that those people with that brain wiring, of those 1,000 pieces of information that are coming in, the 100 pieces of information that say there could be something dangerous happening get more attention than the 900 pieces of information that say, no problem, we're doing fine, everything's okay. In fact, there's some great stuff out there, right? And so because of the wiring, this smaller amount of information gets a bigger staging, a much more attention. And so kids and adults are then responding to all those signs of danger that are actually in the environment, but probably aren't going to end up in a danger or life-threatening situation in the present. Because they respond to it, and then they go into the limbic system, and then they only have available to them all the bad things that have happened. And so then they respond to the present based on all the bad things that have happened in the past, which tends to increase their fear or their stress response or their anger or whatever it is. And so then when we have children, and what happens when we're in a stress response, dilated pupils, flushing, we get our sympathetic nervous system turns on, which is our action system. And so you might get a lot of movement, moving around. You have increased sensory sensitivity. And so these are the kids that, say, he's touching me. I'm not touching him. He's touching me, and because a kid is standing kind of close, it feels like they're touching you. And they're the kids that are always looking out the door, or out the window, they hear a little sound and they're like, wait, what's going on out there? Or they can't keep their materials on their desk organized because they're always being drawn to some other information. And what does this sound like? Of course, this sounds like a kid with ADHD. And so kids who have high numbers of ACEs, or who have just gone through a traumatic event, can very much look ADHD because they have all the signs or the symptoms of ADHD, but they don't necessarily have the neurological wiring of ADHD. And some of how we know the difference is, well, it's hard to tell the difference. That's the truth. So some of how we know the difference is we do some testing. Sometimes what we do is we try to really reduce the amount of information that's coming in, quiet room, those kinds of things, so that we can get some testing when the system is more settled. So is there the ability to attend some of the time, but not all of the time? If there's more things in the room, is it harder? It's things like that. The other thing is that we know that medication for ADHD, stimulant medication, is helpful for children who have the actual neurological wiring of ADHD, but it is not helpful at all for children who have trauma and sometimes sensory sensitivities, because it actually stimulant medication actually intensifies sensory experience for children who don't have the wiring of ADHD. So if you look at the research on the SPECT scan photography on ADHD, when people are asked to concentrate, people who don't have ADHD wiring, when they're asked to concentrate, this whole area of the brain, the frontal cortex, where we have executive functions, right, that lights up. So that whole area of the brain lights up and it's like, okay, concentrate, we're ready to do something here. What happens for people who have the neurological wiring of ADHD is when asked to concentrate, this part of the brain actually goes dark. It turns off. And that's why stimulant medication is helpful, because stimulant medication actually turns this part of the brain on just a little bit. So it's like primed. So then when that stimulant medication, they're on stimulant medication and they're asked to concentrate, this part of the brain turns on. What happens for people, for kids or adults who don't have that wiring and they take ADHD stimulant medication, my daughter who has ADHD explains it this way. She says, for most people, like if, because, you know, in college, kids take ADHD medication as a stimulant rather than as a medication as prescribed. And she said that the way she describes it is for people who are taking it as a stimulant, like their thinking kind of goes like this most of the time. And then when they take a stimulant, their thinking goes like this. And for her, her thinking most of the time is like this. And when she takes the stimulant medication, her thinking goes like this. And so that's the difference. It's a paradoxical impact on your neurology. And so we have to be really careful, I think, especially because that stimulant medication can be, it can be really hard on kids who don't need it. And if we're not assessing for trauma or sensory sensitivities, and we're just saying this is ADHD, then kids aren't getting the help they need, because we're not addressing the root cause of what's going on. And this is where in 2018, I had both of my knees replaced because of arthritis and like intense pain where I couldn't walk down the block. And so before I had my knees replaced, you know, before I had some CAT scans and MRIs done, my feet would go numb. And there was a time that I also had chronic Lyme's disease and had some neuropathy because of the chronic Lyme's disease. And so then my feet started going numb and I wondered, is this Lyme's coming back? It also, like, your feet could go numb if you have type 2 diabetes. Your feet could go numb if you have a tumor on your spine. Your feet could go numb if you have Lyme's. Your feet could go numb if you have bone on bone in your knee joints. It really matters that you know why your feet are numb before you say, for instance, have your knees replaced, which involves amputating bones. So you really want to know that that's the issue, because you want to address the actual cause of the pain, right? So that's how I think about it.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Do you think we should take a break?
We can.
I'm fine to go on, but
I think it would be best to just go on, and it's recorded. So if people feel that they need a break, they can walk away for a few minutes. And
perfect.
Yeah,
you know me, I can talk for 4 hours straight. So,
I know.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Okay.
So Heba has a question. I'm not sure what she means. What is the difference between sensory sensitivity kids and HSP kids? So maybe clarify what you mean by HSP, Heba. Okay. So like I said, احنا يعني Phyllis وباتي تكرموا علينا ب4 ساعات من وقتهم، فأنا بس مش حابة إن احنا نضيع أي حاجة من ال4 ساعات، وعايزة لأنه الكونتنت الحقيقة احنا لسه كده ما كملناش تلت الكونتنت اللي جاهز. أي حد في حضراتكم من حضراتكم حابب ياخد استراحة، اللقاء مسجل وهينزل إن شاء الله التسجيل الإنجليزي والعربي. أوكي. Hiba, you can either clarify in the chat or you can ask, raise your hand and I can have you unmute. Okay, let's hear if Ines has a question until Hiba raises her hand. تفضلي Ines. Okay, تفضلي Hiba.
أيوة أنا hi. Oh, sorry.
تفضلي.
Go ahead. So I want to ask it. Okay, can I talk now?
Yes, you can.
Can you hear me?
تفضلي.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So I just want to ask a question. The sensory sensitivity kids and HSP, I meant a high sensitive personality.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So I think that we don't really know what that means, high sensitive personality.
Wouldn't you say it's the layperson's term for sensory kids with sensory needs?
Yes, I would say that's right. That a highly sensitive person, might not have the same level of sensory sensitivities, but they probably have emotional sensitivity. And if you think about affect, which is the physiological arousal before we label the emotion, it is an internal sensory experience. We get like a rush, excitement and fear are the exact same physiological experience. And we have to know what's going on around us to know, is this excitement or is this fear? And that's why sometimes kids with sensory sensitivities, like my nephew who is on the autism spectrum, he hates waiting for things, not because he's impatient, but because the anticipation feels like intense fear to him. It's too much. He can't manage it. And we didn't know that when he was little. He's 24. And so the sensitivity to the emotional state is actually a sensory sensitivity. The other thing that happens is that a lot of times highly sensitive people have an exquisite sensitivity to other people's sensory or other people's physical. Let me say that again. Other people's emotional experiences. And so we call that high affective empathy or high emotional empathy. But one of the things that can happen is when, especially for children, when they can't tell the difference between somebody else's feeling and their own feeling, when they're highly sensitive, they have high affective empathy, so they can feel what other people are feeling, but they actually have they can have very low cognitive empathy, which is understanding why somebody is feeling what they're feeling. And so what they tend to do, and adults do this too, is that they over attribute other people's feelings to something that they are doing. And so then what you see is, children or adults who are always saying, I'm sorry that you're mad. I'm sorry I made you mad. And you're like, you didn't make me mad, but now you're making me mad, like that, and it's because they can accurately feel what you're feeling, but they don't know why you're feeling it. And so we have to help people to be able to separate what's my feeling, what's your feeling, and then to be able to, and it's a much younger empathy to not be able to know why somebody is feeling something. And so then we have to help get that when we help adults to be in their most resource self, they have more ability to understand people feel things for all kinds of reasons that don't have anything to do with me. But when they get overwhelmed by that feeling, they go into actually a younger emotional empathy kind of state. And then they lose that ability.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Shall we go on?
Sure. All right, adolescence, my favorite. Teenagers, their reactions to traumatic events. So one of the things that happens right around puberty, when all the hormones are shifting, is that the adolescent brain rewires so that the reward centers of the brain become hyper connected to the social centers of the brain. This is why adolescents are intensely connected to their peers and intensely connected to what their friends think and want to do what their friends do. And want to just be with their friends. Because the most rewarding thing on the planet, where they get the biggest dopamine rush, is being connected with friends, is being connected with peers. This is why, and this is true in the United States and also in other countries that have been looking at research on the impact of COVID lockdowns on children and adolescents, is 11 to 14-year-olds at the beginning of the pandemic, when in different places everything shut down, were actually hit the hardest by that isolation, because it's right at the time that their brains have rewired to actually need peer connection. And so in early adolescence, the main task for identity is, who are my people? Not who am I? That's older adolescence. But in early adolescence, right when your brain is rewiring to have to be with peers, your task is to find, who are the people that I am most like? Who's the peer group that most accepts me? And so ostracization or isolation in this developmental stage is as impactful, negatively impactful, as early childhood emotional neglect. And early childhood emotional neglect can kill an infant, because children die from not being emotionally attended to, even when they're fed. It's called failure to thrive. And so we haven't talked about emotional neglect as a trauma, but emotional neglect as a trauma is actually as intense or even more intense as a trauma than physical abuse, for a lot of different reasons. And we know that dissociative disorders are more highly correlated. The far end of dissociative disorders are more highly correlated with emotional neglect than sexual abuse. So emotional neglect is in early childhood, does not give the child developmentally the information that they need to start seeing themselves as a separate human being. Emotional neglect in the very early ages, not being attuned to, starts the dissociative dropping out process very early on. And you can look at the still face experiments on YouTube. And what Ed Tronick was originally studying with the still face experiments was maternal depression, the impact of maternal depression on infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. And so that kind of still face or lack of emotional attunement is very, very, very difficult on children, because it starts the dissociative response very early. And then there is there's not help with separating who they are from the rest of the world and what they do from the things that are happening to them. And so then in early adolescence, this is another period of time where the input is different. So the attunement that needs to happen is in the peer group, is with friends and in the peer group, like at school. And so children that are ostracized, or children in this early adolescence who are isolated, start to develop the same kinds of trauma responses, even if they had no trauma before that, as kids who are traumatized very early on. It's deadly. So when a big traumatic event happens, either a single traumatic event or things that are ongoing, what happens to adolescents when the traumatic event is in their adolescence is that they can feel very self-conscious about their emotional responses. And one of the things that happens in adolescence is, we call it the adolescent imaginary audience. And so adolescents believe that everybody else is thinking about them as much as they think about themselves, which of course isn't true, but they don't really have a way of knowing that. And so whenever they have an emotional response, it can feel intense inside them. And because they feel like everybody else is always looking at them, that imaginary audience, they can start to get very self-conscious, which actually then increases their emotional response. And so that's one of the things that's different about adolescents than younger children, because adolescents are able to, in a way that younger children can't, they're able to observe themselves in present time while they're also observing other people. Younger children can't do that. They can't do both at the same time. And so this is one of the reasons why then adolescents get very hyper self-conscious about what other people might be thinking about them. Partially this self-consciousness is connected to fears or concerns about being different from their peers. One of the things I say to adolescents all the time, and then adults who had trauma in adolescence that get kind of trapped in this loop, is, you're comparing your insides to other people's outsides. So everybody else is feeling as nervous as you feel right now. They just don't look like they feel that way. And they think you're calm because they can't see your insides, right? And so we have to do some of those perspective taking things to help them to understand that. Adolescents can very much have bursts of anger and agitation. Depression in adolescence often looks like agitation rather than low mood. And it's because of the mix of hormones and how dopamine gets initiated in adolescence differently than it does in other times of life. Adolescents too frequently have a lot of shame and guilt about what they did during the traumatic event, like that they have a lot of ruminating about, I could have done something different. I could have saved somebody else. I could have been the person who got hit rather than that person. And they have this intense kind of shame and guilt about that. They also can have, and this is true for adults too, have intense survivor guilt. Like, how come I got to survive and other people didn't? Another thing that's happening in adolescent development is the ability to start to think more abstractly about the world. And when a traumatic event happens, it can radically shift. It's kind of like a shock to the system that radically shifts the way that they think about the world and safety, or they experience safety in the world. And that can be really hard on parents, or other people. Some of the developmental tasks that get compromised is that there can be this withdrawal from family or friends because of this fear or concern or self-consciousness. They also can have greater difficulties concentrating and learning at school. And remember that increased stress hormones, particularly cortisol and adrenaline, interrupt the normal learning and memory consolidation. And so if there's high levels of stress hormones, it's gonna be harder to be in school. And so sometimes the interventions at school are to decrease the amount of expectation on kids who've gone through very traumatic things. And a lot of times we want to just get back to normal, you know, because actually routine does help kids, but having routine without high expectations for production of work is very, very helpful for children and adolescents. A lot of times, even if they were pretty responsible prior to the event, they can like kind of start having a harder time following through with responsibilities and kind of look like younger children, even though they're older now. Another thing that a lot of times is very hard on adults and parents is that this is a time adolescents can question their religion or their faith traditions when really bad things happen. And sometimes adults don't have a lot of tolerance for that. As a trauma response, it fits with how their brains are developing and how they're able to think about more complex ideas. And so I would say if you're an adult that can't tolerate that you got to find an adult who can, so that the adolescents can have that conversation, because it's a working through, there's a whole mix of fears about safety, understanding of God, understanding of self, understanding of the world, all those kinds of things. And it's really important that kids have a place to kind of work that stuff out. And adolescents then too, after traumatic events, can do risky or self-destructive things. And some kids don't, it's not that they actively are doing higher risk activities, but they have more accidents. And so this it could be because they have gone into the numbing response. And so then they have actually their sensory experiences pulled in. And so they knock into things a lot, or they drop things a lot, or those kinds of things, because they have lower sensory sensitivities. It also could be because they have higher sensory sensitivities because and less ability to manage their arousal because of the stress hormones. And so they have more accidents. All right. So the impact of chronic traumatic events then is, again, you know, like I showed before, we have that resting level of arousal. And when a traumatic event happens, and we have that spike in arousal, and then over time, we tell the story, you know, you get in a little fender bender accident, and you stop, you know, the car stops, you look around, you know that you're safe, nobody's hurt. And then you might have a surge of feeling, a surge of intensity. You know, some people cry, some people swear, you know, but you just have a big surge. And then what happens is, for a lot of people, they pick up the phone and they call someone. And most people call somebody who's going to be nice to them, because they're in a traumatized state. They're in a stress reaction. And so, but think about all the people we work with that don't have anybody they can call that's going to be nice to them when something bad happens. They're going to call and someone's going to say, well, what did you do to cause that? That's not a helpful response. But we call somebody and we tell the story. And as we tell the story, like we were talking about earlier, the intensity starts to decrease. And the more we tell the story over time, the intensity keeps decreasing. So I might tell the story to the person on the phone, and then when I get home, I might see my neighbor, and you know, they say, "Oh, your husband told me that you got in a car accident," and you say, "Oh yeah, it was this intense thing," and "Oh yeah, I remember that I heard this little sound." So you remember some of what happened, and your intensity goes up again, but it doesn't go quite as high as it did. And then maybe 2 days later, you go to work and somebody asks you about it and you tell the story again, but you're not as intense. And then maybe 3 weeks later, somebody says, "I heard you got in a little accident." And you're like, "Yeah, it was after this thing that I went to." Because the intensity has worn itself down. And so when you have the opportunity to do that over time, and have physical outlets and verbal and telling the story and over again, then your resting level of arousal goes down. But if another traumatic event happens while you're still way up, then your stress level and all the physiological responses spike up higher. And then if another event happens while you're still up from that one, it goes up even higher again. And over time, if there's repeated instances of traumatic events without kind of a refractory period of time to readjust and go back to equilibrium, we develop a new resting level of arousal. And that can be where your brain rewires towards looking for danger rather than be resting in a state of looking for connection. And people can also have a new resting level of arousal that is in the numbed out state. So then they're kind of like always numb. And they don't have emotional reactions, and maybe their tone gets kind of monotone and those kinds of things. So either of those places can happen with repeated trauma. Okay, where's my thing here? All right. So the window of optimal arousal then is you're always above the window of optimal arousal, like that kid in the classroom, or you're always below the window of optimal arousal. And the other thing I want to say that so human beings, mammals, all mammals, human beings in particular that we're talking about right now, are neurologically wired for connection and to learn, grow, and develop best in environments that are calm and connected and compassionate and caring and kind. And that is the optimal environment for us as human beings to develop and grow and learn and connect. And so anything less than that, because the brain has to search for danger or is actively in danger, it reduces our ability to learn, grow, and connect and develop. And so that's whether it's on the inside or the outside. And so on the outside, being in a dangerous neighborhood, or your school being in a dangerous neighborhood, or there's violence happening. Or it could be internally, where you call yourself names. "I'm so stupid. How come I can't get this?" Internally, those mean things that we learn to say to ourselves about ourselves initiate a danger reaction in our brains. And so the danger reaction actually then brings up that fight-flight response and decreases our ability to concentrate, learn, grow, and connect. And so that's why self-compassion practice is so vitally important for people who have been traumatized. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute, how to do self-compassion practice. Okay. So any questions about that last piece? Okay. So, so what are some of the indicators of toxic stress or toxic distress? Because all stress isn't toxic. We need some stress in order to learn. And stress just means some arousal, because if you don't have enough arousal and you're going to learn, like if you're sleepy, you don't learn very much. So we need some arousal in order to learn and connect and to do all those kinds of things. But when there's toxic stress, it means either that it's inescapable, or that it's gone on for a very, very long time. And what happens in our own experience of ourselves is when there's toxic stress or distress, this is where people second guess their own experience constantly. Did that person just say a mean thing to me? Was that really a mean thing that they said to me? Or am I being overreactive? Am I being too sensitive? Or they feel like they need to prove their experience. And so I work with a gentleman who he says he drives his wife crazy because every time he feels sick, he starts to describe every single tiny little detail of how he feels. Because when he was growing up, his father, who was a surgeon, never believed them that they were sick. And even sometimes if they had a broken bone, wouldn't take them to get it set. One time gave his brother stitches at home without anesthesia. And so the intensity around having to prove that you're telling the truth is an indicator that you have had toxic stress and toxic distress in your life. We know that second guessing yourself, like not being able to believe your own experience of something, is the number one precursor to PTSD. And it's what torturers do, is try to get people to say that green is blue. Try to get people to say things that they know aren't true, but they've been put in enough sensory deprivation or in a high enough state of emotional fear and physical danger that they will say anything and then be convinced that their experience is something different than it is. There's changes in arousal and engagement patterns, of course. You can have over responsiveness or quick reactivity, people who have very quick reactivity to things. And why is that? Is because the stress danger response needs to be able to engage very quickly, because when you're in danger, it depends, your body safety relies on responding quickly. And so that's why people get super reactive, because they've got that stress danger neurology running. There can also be under responsiveness, fatigue or exhaustion, irritation and agitation, isolation and disconnection. And so your engagement and arousal patterns can also have changes in emotional patterns, like we've talked about: numbness, excessive sadness, increased fear or anxiety, changes in physical patterns, shifts in appetite and eating, increase in physical pain or disrupted sleep. When the stress response kicks in and all those stress hormones kick in, stress hormones indicate to the immune system that there's danger. And one of the ways that the immune system fights danger is with inflammation in the body. And so people who have chronic stress tend to also have chronic inflammation in their brains and their bodies. And chronic inflammation in the glial cells in the brain impacts concentration. You get like brain fog or fuzziness. Can impact memory, and chronic inflammation in the body then impacts chronic pain, and can also start to look like autoimmune disorders. So those changes or that chronic pain or those autoimmune disorders, it's because the stress hormones are telling the immune system to fight with inflammation. And then people go to the physician and the physician says, well, there's nothing wrong with you. There's no cause to this pain. Well, that is not true. There might be no immediate cause to the pain, but if you've had chronic trauma or abuse, that is the cause of your chronic pain. It's just that the abuse isn't necessarily happening now, but it is the buildup over time of the chronic stress hormones. And then, like I said, there can be changes in cognitive patterns, forgetting, distraction, difficulty concentrating. And here's where we get to the ADHD stuff, right? This is why it looks like ADHD. And so effort, emotion, focus, activation, memory, action, and metacognition, these are the areas of executive function. Like that's what we mean when we say executive function. And this is all this kind of, prefrontal area of the brain. And so these are all the things that can happen immediately for a short period of time with an acute trauma. But with chronic activation, chronic trauma over time, these are all the areas of executive function that can be impacted. And so for those of you who don't read English, this slide will get translated so that you will have more information. I don't want to overwhelm. When I start talking about some of this stuff, I start talking really fast. And so then I get in trouble with my interpreters. Like the things that we've been talking about is an executive function is emotional regulation. And if that gets compromised, one of the things that happens in the prefrontal area of the brain for people who have chronic trauma is that they have less blood perfusion in that part of their brain. So you need blood flow to get neurons firing. So there's less blood perfusion, and there can also be less neurological connections in that part of the brain. The good news is that we can develop neurology all through our whole entire lives. And so difficulties with focus, difficulties with self-monitoring, not having self-awareness, and also impulsivity, regulating our feelings, regulating our actions, and regulating our thinking. Those are all areas in the executive functions in the frontal cortex that can be compromised by chronic trauma. All right. Manifestation. So traumatic grief is what happens when traumatic grief is the combination of grief plus trauma reactions. And that's what people are experiencing after big disasters, when people get trapped and people die and they lose all their, you lose your home, you lose your city, those kinds of things happen, or for the family that is divorcing and the children lose their home. Right? That there's traumatic grief. And if it's about the loss of things, sometimes we call that ambiguous loss because it's not the same as the loss of a person. And so again, there's emotional, more so than with regular grief. Traumatic grief brings can bring more, especially physical pain, chronic pain, and mental distraction, and then all the emotional intensities. And it tends to be more intense and get triggered much more easily than what we call uncomplicated grief or bereavement. Okay. Going to move into now the trauma-informed strategies. And so this is where, I don't know, Patty, if you were gonna do another thing or do a little bit more talking here. You can, I'm not sure if you are or not, but I just want to talk about resilience factors, and these are true for children and adults. Both resilience and healing factors. And in order to be resilient, we have to be able to do what Patti did in that first exercise, which is we have to be able to acknowledge both our strengths and our vulnerabilities. That is a huge resilience factor. Can we hold the ambiguity of uncertainty or the unknown? Can we know that bad things happen and good things also happen, and they don't cancel each other out, they just coexist. And those are abilities that adults have that we can help try to bring to children. So strong relationships, cultural connections, and different ways of connecting with each other, engaging in what I call life-giving activities like self-compassion, laughter, physical movement. There's a lot of research, much of it coming from Japan and New Zealand, about the physiological and emotional impact of being in nature. It's pretty robust at this point. Engaging with intellectual curiosity and creativity. And then, of course, spiritual practices and making values-based decisions.
So one
Patti,
thing,
do you?
one thing I want to just add a little piece to this. That is everything that you're talking about right now requires us to have more of a full brain online capacity, meaning some of the exercises that I did this morning, those are just a few of them. There's some EMDR resource development installation exercises where the work is about regaining access to things that are true about you. So one of the things that happens with trauma and dissociation for all of us is that when our stress levels are really high, we tend to lose access to things that we knew before about ourselves. And so this is true for all of us, like regardless of just because we're human beings. And so dissociation at its very core is the loss of access to resource. Okay. And so you can think about like the last time you had a really, really, really rough day and you just were thinking really negatively about yourself. You didn't like yourself because nobody likes themselves all the time. That's just true. But you can't kind of like, you literally have lost access. I want you to think about the last time that happened for you, where you just felt down and you felt not good enough, or you felt like, whatever, fill in the blank. So those are really normal dissociative responses where there's a narrowing of attention because of chronic stress. And so one of the things that we want to be doing as caregivers and as, just as human beings that are trying to care for ourselves is to like think about regaining access, like look for the narrowing of attention. The narrowing of attention, what you're going to notice is black and white thinking. You're going to notice like, very concrete thinking. And so when you hear people talk like that, and when you hear yourself thinking like that, when I hear myself thinking like that, I think, oh, I have lost access to what is true about me also. That when I'm not in a stress response, that there are core things that are true about my values, about my resources, about the people who I love, that I might be forgetting at that moment. And so one of the things I have done for myself is, and I've had some of my clients do this too, is writing a list of the qualities of your most resource self, the values, the people that have mentored you, the people who love you, the people who you love, the relationships that are important, the connections, the friendships that are important, the qualities of the person that you are and what's important to you. And so I have that list, and what I might do is pull that list out if I've lost access, or work with my clients to do that, do some butterfly tapping, and remember the core value of loving my family and all of the people in my life. Like, so I look back at getting connected to my resources. And again, it's a regaining access issue. So hopefully that makes sense. So what access is to, what are your core values? What are the things that really are important to you? What are the things are true about yourself from a neutral to positive place, like being a caring and loving person, a good person, being a mother, being a parent, and the relationship, the importance of the relationship, and being able to just focus on that and just do bilateral stim. That is oftentimes helpful to regain access. And so what you'll notice, if that's working, is you'll notice your feeling will start to change, that your own regulation will start to change. And why that's happening is because you're getting access to the top of your brain. You're getting access to your resources, spiritual resources. One of the things Phyllis was talking about earlier was, a normal response for an adolescent of natural disasters is to lose faith to lose faith in God, and how important it is that we as adults have room for working with our teenagers about that, because it's when there's no room, the adaptive information processing system will get interrupted, and that then becomes trauma storage for our kids. And so what we want to do is take away everything that interrupts that adaptive information processing system and allows it to flow. And to the extent that it's our own frustration, that's where we work with our own adult awareness, our own most resource self, to get ourselves back online. So we have more patience, we have more bandwidth to work with our kids and our adolescents. And so I think those are the things that, and I'm not sure how many of you are EMDR trained, but there are some protocols that are really helpful for resource development, installation, safe, calm place. And maybe I can do some of that if we have time. And there are also protocols for EMDR to work with traumatic situations or ongoing traumatic situations that are about recent events protocols. And so those are pretty easy to find, but there are protocols that people can work with to help mitigate the trauma response and to help the person kind of be able to, know that the bad things are happening and know that there's also other things happening too, to hold on to that perspective. To know that the bad things are happening and we can find connection and we can share feelings. We can cry together. We can talk together about what's happening and have stories about our loved ones. So there's a lot of different kind of pieces that can be used from an EMDR perspective just to mitigate some of that. And I know that there were some handouts that Phyllis put in the Dropbox for everybody that have to do with that. And one of them being, there's really good article in the Journal of Traumatic Stress on recent events, critical incident protocols. So just want to encourage all of you EMDR trained people to look at that, and especially those of you who are dealing, on the front line with the ongoing disaster or domestic violence that is ongoing, because that would probably be helpful. So those are just the things I wanted to say.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, we are working on translation of some of the material in the Dropbox or the link we send out after the training is going to be translated. Then we're working on translating more. you know, especially the PowerPoint. I also want to bring to your attention to, you know, because Patti, you mentioned EMDR. There is an EMDR training coming up in Arabic, and it's the trainer is Dr. Layla Samarra'i, and actually Layla's in the attendees today. So it's going to be September of 2023 and November of 2023, and it's the intensive part 1 and part 2. So I'll be sharing the link to that, and we do have some limited scholarships for those of you who are interested in scholarships. Same thing goes to AIR. Anyone who's interested in the AIR training in the fall can always contact me, and we can talk about that as well.
And the one thing that about EMDR also, and I have done, and you can do resourcing with bilateral stimulation. And what bilateral stimulation does, and it could be the tapping, it could be sounds, it could be throwing a ball from hand to hand. A lot of the brain gym exercises, where you you put your thumb out and then you do an infinity sign and you watch your thumb with your eyes around like that. These are calming exercises that get both sides of the brain activated. My calm place just came on my lap. So Stanley. So activating both sides of the brain to get the information, both sides of the brain turned on, because what happens with trauma responses is stuff gets stuck in the right side of the brain. So we want to get the left side of the brain, the verbal centers of the brain, the ability to be able to turn on the timekeeper of the brain and tell the story. And so we get both sides of the brain moving. It also helps to calm, get the calming response going, and being in the present, remember, gets the medial prefrontal part of the brain, the part of the brain that is connected to the present and can observe ourselves in the present and across time, in the past and projected into the future. That part of the brain gets turned on, and that's the place that needs to be turned on in order to really calm deep distress in the body, whether we're doing that with movement or imagination or prayer or whatever we're doing. And so there is a protocol that's been around. It's now written up, and it's in one of the articles that I put in the Google Drive. But it's been around since the war in Kosovo, where they took groups of children who had been moved to Serbia that were in the war, and they were a mixed group, ethnic group of kids, but they were having nightmares and activation and fighting and all those kinds of things. And this protocol now has been used in many different places. Earlier, when I think it might have been in Turkey, there was another earthquake a while ago that they went and they did this. So with the whole group of children, and it's been done with groups of adults too. They start with having, doing some types of activities that help to just calm or regulate the body. And then they have drawing materials. And so asking to draw the worst part of the thing that happened. And I've done this with families where there's like everywhere from a 4-year-old through teenagers and adult parents, like a family that were at home when a fire started, and they all left and they watched their house burn down. And so the 4-year-old had a very different drawing. I mean, her house was like a box, than the 15-year-old, and they had very different things. The 15-year-old felt responsible because he didn't do, his dad is a firefighter, and he felt that he should have been able to do something to put out the fire, which was not true. But so you draw the most difficult part of the experience, and the hardest thing you remember about it, and then you can do the butterfly tap. For younger children, they can't necessarily do things bilaterally, and so a parent can tap them on the shoulders or squeeze their hands, because they don't get the rhythm thing. And so when I'm working with really little kids, sometimes I have them tap my hands, slap my hands. So slap this one, and then I hold it until they slap the other one, and then I hold that one, and then I have them slap that one, and do it like that, so they go bilateral. And then after they do that, they do another drawing. And what you want to look for is that the drawing changes. Some of the details shift. At first, it might get a little more intense, but then it might get less intense, just like you would expect if somebody was an adult and they were doing EMDR and they were telling the story. They'll get different pieces of it. But this is for disaster response, kind of within what they say is within 3 months of the bad thing happening. What I've read in different places in the world where they've used this protocol, there's been significant reduction across the board, some differences in gender and some differences in terms of the age of the kid, but there's been significant reductions in nightmares, and intense emotions like crying or anger, and difficulties with concentration. So it's one of those things, if you're trained in EMDR, and you're going into an area where a lot of people have experienced the same event, this is one of those things that you can do.
Other forms of the bilateral stim, I kind of want to say a little bit more about that, because the butterfly tap is just your general really good one that we go with, but other ones are oftentimes really helpful. Like this can be something, if a child is really little, they can sit on a parent's lap and the parent can do a figure 8 on their from shoulder to shoulder. If somebody has more of a kind of, they're shutting down more, you might want to do something more active, like this, arm movements, or standing up and stomping with the feet, because part of what happens in that dissociative response, if that's kind of the go-to of the person that you're working with, is that they're shutting down. And so you want to kind of help them move into more of that sympathetic place, so that they're using their body to do bilateral stim. That is oftentimes super helpful also. One of the things that can help for nightmares is that you can have the person recount the nightmare and then change the ending and then do the bilateral stim. So that's a nightmare thing. Sometimes what happens, and I have people try this, and if it doesn't work, or if it increases the stress, tell them to stop. Let's just say they can't go to sleep because their mind is racing. Okay. And so sometimes what's helpful is if you're laying in your bed, you pick 2 points on your wall and just move your eyes until they start to shut. And so that sometimes that helps. And the idea behind that is that it's interrupting the working memory. It's interrupting the images or whatever it is that's keeping somebody awake. Another tool for nighttime, waking up in the middle of the night after a nightmare, having a plan about a good memory that you're going to allow yourself to think about. And this is a pre-planned thing. So it might be remembering a time where you were with your parents at the park, or remembering when you were having a really good time at the beach with your sibling. So those memories are literally written down. So people are instructed when they've been having nightmares to think about that good memory and do this. And if their brain starts to go off, to just pull it back to the good memory. It's kind of like So just notice when it starts to go off, you just pull it back. And so kind of training your brain to come back to the networks that are more that are within that positive range, because essentially we want, sleep is one of the main things that gets disrupted with acute and chronic trauma. And that is really one of the first things that we need to attend to with people is anything that we can do to help them sleep, because it will help with everything else. But, it's easy when people are in bed to do butterfly tapping. Another thing that I have used with some people is what we call head rocking. So they're laying in their bed and they just rock their head from side to side. I mean, even if you try that right now, just notice kind of what happens for you. So really physical things that are easy to do and stay in bed, and just see if that helps go back to sleep. So those are just a few things that I use also.
And I also want to point out that later in the presentation, you will both present more of the movement type, interventions. We're also planning on following up with a specific training that will address reflex integration, which naturally, works on sensory integration as well. So one of the things that I've been using with kids, and it was taught to me by a movement specialist, just going back to some of those basic movements when we have the kid cross, the midline. So we would put a sticker on one hand and then a sticker on the, that way the child can do that cross lateral movement. Yep. So just to help the child. So maybe a red sticker here and a red sticker on their left knee and yellow on the left hand, yellow on the right knee, and then they match, right? And it's you can have music, you can have tempo to have them do that. And there's and the fascinating thing too is traditional play that, and I know Phyllis will talk a bit about play. So one of the fascinating things I think in Egypt and in most Arab countries, if you guys remember this type of, and that's bilateral, that's BLS. So just going back to some of that as well, and maybe so everyone that's listening, you're the experts. So whatever makes sense to your environment and has that component of crossing the midline, that should work.
Okay, got my dogs to stop barking. So actually, they just decided to stop barking. I rarely have anything to do with that. So I'm going to go back to sharing the screen again one more time, and putting this up here so that we just can get a little bit more information in. Children desperately need adults to be regulated. Children need co-regulation. The younger they are, the more they need to be co-regulated because the less skills they have. And so, so adults need to be regulated so children can regulate. And so this is where either, for ourselves with our clients, or for parents, we're teaching parents to be with their children. And we've said this, some of this stuff over and over, is to practice kindness and patience with yourself. Because it really does create a brain environment that is optimal for connection and care and learning and growth. It's not just because I'm a softy psychologist and I think people should be nice to themselves, right? It actually has sound neurological principles behind it, if you needed more. And it's really important that, like we talked about, that adults can tolerate their child's distress or activation. And so allowing for grief reactions and a whole range of emotion. like not requiring a child to feel any particular way. Being able to expect that different children in a family or a community will have different responses, and that's okay. To really expect something different every day, because that's the nature of children. They're different every day sometimes. Also in terms of your own regulation as an adult, have lots and lots of opportunities to rest. Reducing media intake is probably the number one thing that I found in all these different websites that do disaster relief for adults, and especially to protect children from media and other representations of the traumatic event, because they can't filter and will get reactivated. And that's true for adults, and it's even more true for children. And so as much as you can reduce your media intake, even though it's hard to not know, it's really better for your brain and your body if you can do that. I want to do an exercise now about adult regulation. And so Patti talked some about values and getting to your values. So one of the things I'd like you to try right now is, if you think about one of your values. For me, a top value is seeking or creating freedom for myself and for other people and for communities. And, so it's one of my number one values. But for other people, it might be, it might be a experience of God. It might be family loyalty or connections. It could be just about anything, but think about something for you that is a very strong value. And if you want to, you can write down a couple of words that describe that value. What does it mean to you to have that value? And think about a time where you really embodied that value in making a choice or a decision. And as you're thinking about the time that you embodied that value, and it might be because you were sharing a meal with your family, or it could be because you were doing disaster relief and serving the needs of people who couldn't serve their own needs in the moment. It could be anything. You can't do this wrong. So write some descriptions of that. And if any other words or images come up, feelings, anything that comes up around the value, go ahead and write that down too. And now what I'd like you to do is just look around you and pick something. It can be anything. I realize not everybody has as much stuff on their desk as I typically do, but it can be anything. It can be a rock. It can be, a little toy. It can be anything, but pick something that represents you just for the moment, not forever, but just for this moment. And as you hold that thing, think about something that is happening currently or happened recently that was a little distressing to you. Something you couldn't figure out, or something that was annoying, or, and so take your sheet of paper that you've written down your value and and everything you wrote down about it, and put that sheet of paper in front of you. And now take the representation of yourself with the feelings or the experience of the hard thing that happened, and set it in the middle of the paper. And just look at what you notice. And see if you notice anything different in your body. And if you were to pick up and hold the value that you have in that representation of yourself in your hands in any way, and you were to think about that situation from this place, from this value, what do you notice about yourself, about the situation, about the problem, if you will? So I'm going to go on because we're going to do a couple more exercises, and then we'll have a time to kind of do some comments and questions. But if you have anything you want to say, you can put it in the Q&A or the chat for those of you who are connected to the chat. So once adults are regulated, and sometimes you have to take time, you have to check in with yourself first and know, can I manage my kid's dysregulation or this child or this person's dysregulation right now? And if not, then you got to do something to help yourself get regulated. And you can use any of these things we're going to practice for kids. And then children absolutely need reassurances, and not necessarily nothing. Like, you can't tell a kid nothing bad will ever happen again, because it's not true. And we don't want to lie to our kids because hard things happen in the world, because the world is a hard place. But the reassurance is safety means we'll get through it together, that you're not alone. And you and I, or you and your grandma, or you and your brothers and sisters, us as a community, we're going to get through this, because children don't have enough experience to know that you can get through things. And so then ask questions that encourage open sharing. So asking kids more questions about, well, what does that feel like? And what do you notice about that? And what do you think when you feel that? And just to broaden and give the space for kids to just have whatever thoughts and feelings that they're having. It's really important that children and adolescents feel like they can help. And that is that, that boost of oxytocin, right? It's like, it's a connecting, helping chemical. And kids need to have a sense of being a part of making things better. It is really, really important for them. And so they can feel like they're not alone. They're part of the family, part of the community working together. What's really important is to give jobs that are appropriate to the developmental level of the child. I always say, if you have something that needs to be done in a very specific way, don't give that job to a child because they will not do it up to your standards. They just won't, because they can't, because they don't know how, because they're not an adult with adult skills. So what we want to do is we want to give responsibilities that have a very high degree of success. And so things that a kid is able to do, especially when there's high stress, because when there's high stress, a kid's system is already maxed. So you don't want to give them something that's too hard for them, because the impact of not being able to do it is going to be greater than at a time when they're not stressed. and you can help them to do things that are a little bit too hard for them. But this isn't the time to do that when there's a lot of other stress and things going on in the environment. Children absolutely need to play. They have to play. It is an essential part of child development. Piaget, Vygotsky, Marie Montessori, I mean, all the educators and the early child developmentalists and researchers, they all talk about the importance of play. Play is the language of children. It is the way that children who often don't have words to describe their feelings, it's a way that they express themselves. We want to use a lot of art and creative expression for children after hard things have happened, because emotions can be too big for words. Drawing, painting, coloring, doing art together, not necessarily creating a project together, but doing things side by side. Kids who sometimes can do projects together when they're really stressed, they can't do a project together because that takes more focus and energy and cooperation, but they can do something side by side. Physical exercise, children need to move their bodies. There's some great books about this I can't remember the name of the title, but it's why learning isn't all in your head. It is also in your body, and children need to move their bodies so they can move information, so they can regulate their emotions and they can process scary things. Pretend play helps to process experiences, and not just traumatic experiences, just everyday experiences. And that's why you see kids playing out things like having, falling down and hurting themselves, and getting a Band-Aid, and, having a doll fall down and then putting a Band-Aid on it or kissing it or those kinds of things, because they're working through their own experiences. Also, after trauma, pretend play can bring back a sense of what's normal or typical. Adolescents and adults need to play too. And there's more research in the last 10 years about the importance of play for adults. Most of the research is with elders, but it's getting into kind of like the whole adult period of development. That play is an enormous stress reducer. And some of the qualities of play are spontaneity, feelings of joy or contentment, and engagement. So you kind of lose track of time. And so adolescents love music, art, poetry, writing, those kinds of things. And so any creativity that children, adolescents, and adults can do, any types of play after traumatic events are going to be extremely helpful. Also helpful just as a matter of course in daily life. Okay. So these are the things that Mushira has been talking about. This is called Brain Gym. And these are physical activities that cross the midline for brain regulation. And Brain Gym was originally developed for school settings and to help kids focus and calm so that they can do academic activities. Well, what we know is that getting your brain ready for academic activities is the same as getting your brain ready to just walk around in the world. If you're agitated or your intensity is up, not only can you not be in a classroom, but you also can't do a lot of other things. And so one of the, Patti was talking about, your head to either side, like that. And that's actually one of the Brain Gym movements, is rolling your head to each side. You can see up here, this little girl is like, if you have a big whiteboard, or if you have sidewalk chalk, you can do it on a sidewalk, you can do it on a building, but it's to draw with both hands in the same pattern at the same time. You don't even have to actually draw, you can just do it in the air, but you mirror the movements on each side. And the bigger, the better with these kinds of movements. And that is a calming exercise. You can have either with an actual drawing material, you can do the circles or the infinity symbol like that. Nice, smooth. You can also do it like I did before with your thumb, where you watch it and you move your eyes, but you don't move your head. And sometimes kids do that with both their thumbs. I don't know if they cross their fingers or not. I can't remember. But you can do it with both your thumbs up too. Doing the cross crawl. So you could do the cross crawl while lying down, like this little girl is lying down on her back. Or you can do it standing up, which I don't know if I can right now. But this is what you're doing. Whoa, not quite. Or you can do it while sitting down, where you're bringing across like that. And another head movement is sitting with your elbows on the table or the desk in front of you, and then bringing your head all the way down and all the way up and all the way down and all the way up. And what I notice about these brain gym exercises is a lot of these things, a lot of us do kind of spontaneously. We don't even know that they're a thing, but we do them because they help. They help us feel better. One of those things that I think is really interesting is if you've ever seen people who do this thing where they sit like this with themselves all crossed up like this. This is a really calming exercise. And then you just take a breath or two. And sometimes you can put pressure on your sternum. But it's a really calming exercise. Another one, which we also call a hookup, is you just put your fingertips together and you just press. And one of the things I notice about this is that it's actually kind of similar for a lot of people, a praying posture, which you have your fingertips connected, and it's a neurological hookup from both sides of the brain. So not only is the spiritual practice helpful, but also the neurological practice is helpful. Another thing that's helpful for people who do types of praying that involve movement, whether it's like bowing down or moving like davening like this, is that is also a calming, neurologically and physically calming movement. If you think about what do we do with infants when they're agitated? You rock them, right? And so it helps to not only help the distress of the child, but it helps the distress of the parent who's distressed because their child is distressed, right? And so as we rock, we calm. And we also, just think about picking up a small child or a baby, and people just start doing this. They start swaying side to side, right? And that's another, it's a bilateral stimulation, like we're talking about. It's another way that you can do this back and forth, going side to side while you're doing some of the other kinds of exercises that we're talking about. And so the thing about these kids, sorry about the dogs. The thing about these for kids is that you can make a game out of it. And the most efficient way to get a child to do something is to race them. So like you say, you want your 5-year-old to get their socks on. and you say, I bet I can get my socks on faster than you can, and then they're going to be like, oh, it's a game, and they'll get their socks on, rather than get your socks on. You're going to get in trouble if you don't get your socks on. You better get your socks on, because what we do when we do things like that is we actually increase the fear response in them, and they become less able to follow through with the thing we're asking them to do. And so if we engage their sense of play, then they're more likely to follow through, because then it's a game. And so a lot of these things, another one that I really like is where they call it the thinking cap. And so you grab the tops of your ears, and then you just rub all the way down to the bottoms of your ears. And that's also part of therapeutic touch, T-touch. It's also, there's some spots on the ear in EFT, the emotional freedom tapping technique that you can tap that correspond to that. These brain buttons here, this space right below the sternum, and holding your fingers like this, and then hitting this spot right here. And just kind of gently, you can tap, or you can gently just pulsate, palpate, or touch. And again, think about when you're distressed, what do a lot of people do? They bring their hand right here, right? And they do this kind of thing, and they press right there. So again, we're doing something physiological that's helping our brain and our body to regulate. Another area that I think is like amazing is there's a spot right here, kind of right above the middle of our eyebrows, and there's kind of a little bit of a ridge. And this is another one of those areas that if you massage, right, just very gently massage, it is super, super effective at just bringing down arousal. And again, think about, what do we do? When I'm thinking about something, I'm getting agitated. It's like a lot. People like do this, right? They rub their foreheads. They do this. My father-in-law used to do that all the time. He was constantly, he was bald, and he was constantly kind of rubbing the top of his head and his forehead when he was thinking really hard about something, It's like, well, why? Because it works. Hand wringing, for people who are very anxious, a lot of times they do hand wringing, right? Or they kind of do this where they're like squeezing their fingers. Well, this is another one of those things that we do, that OTs do. It's called joint compressions. It's a way to really help kids regulate who are having a very hard time with emotional or physical regulation. And so you think about that, having that intense fear response, and people squeeze their hands because it works. And so these are all little things, again, like Mushira was saying, you already do things in your body, and parents already know things that help kids. And so it's like to pay attention to those things, and pay attention to what you already know works, and then add some more things in.
So can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
From a parenting standpoint, for those of you that are parents with kids, that do some of these as a family. And what you're going to get is you're going to get your kids giggling, because you're going to be doing funny things that they never have seen you do. And they're going to be doing things. And it's just like a family practice of regulation. So I just want to kind of support you to take this with you in like really tangible ways. Into your family systems. If some of you are grandparents, same thing. Teachers, do this with your classes. Don't be afraid of looking silly, because that's the funniest thing ever for a lot of kids, especially grade school kids. And those of you that are working with groups of adults and kids together, doing these things together. And of course, you'll be doing them too, as well as you're teaching them. So then the adults that feel a little self-conscious would be potentially encouraged to engage their play system, which will help them regulate also. So just some kind of like tangible, bring it home, bring it to work, all the things.
Ushera, did you want to add anything to the brain gym stuff?
No, I think at this point, no, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you for asking.
So proprioception is our sensory system that lets us know where we are in space, where our body begins and ends, and other things start. And isometric, using our own muscles kind of against each other. Any isometric exercises where we're engaging our muscles are increased proprioceptive input. And we know that proprioceptive input increases serotonin production. And so the happy chemical, one of the two, well, there's more than two, but two of that we hear about a lot, serotonin and dopamine. And so this giving kids heavy things to carry, little kids love to carry things, so giving them something heavy to carry, they have a job, it's helpful, they feel helpful, and they also get proprioceptive input. And one of the things that you could do right now, if you'd like, that can really help if you're feeling a little agitated or irritated about something or tired or whatever, is to just put your palms against each other. So again, we're getting the hookup going, and now to just breathe in. And as you breathe out, just press your hands together. And try to press as hard as you can. And just notice what happens in the rest of your arms or your breathing as you continue to press really hard. And then try to take a deep breath and notice how deep you can breathe as you're pushing as hard as you can. And then start to relax the pressure on your hands slowly, and just notice what happens to your shoulders and your arms and your breath. Now take another deep breath and see what you can see. This is a really nice way of bringing people back to the present, because not a lot of people have traumatic stuff around, kind of pushing their palms together. And so it doesn't trigger people, like bringing them into their whole body might trigger them if they've been traumatized. And so there's a lot of different things you can do that are really effective that we see in some of the brain gym stuff. We also see in yoga poses. Why is yoga been practiced for thousands of years? Because it's helpful. Not only is it physically helpful, it's a spiritual practice and a regulation practice. And so doing push-ups. So this is a good one. A lot of times for adolescent boys, you can do things that are proprioceptive, like push-ups, lifting weights, doing the squeeze things, they're like strength resistance training, and it gives them good proprioceptive input. The big squeeze, and so this is one of those things that young, like first, second, kindergartners, first, second graders love it when adults do this. So where you take a deep breath and you squeeze and you hold it and you squeeze everything you can, and they do it with you, and then let it go. And what do you notice? Right? You notice the difference between a really tight body and a really loose body. I call it the big squeeze because that's what a 7-year-old called it. He said, "Dr. Phyllis, can I teach my dad how to do the big squeeze?" I'm like, I think that's a great idea for you to teach that to your dad. and Qigong is another slow movement, or Tai Chi, slow movement practice of slow movements. This is pushing water, where you feel like you're pushing water or pushing waves. It's called the 18 harmonizing movements, which is a Qigong practice that I have practiced daily at different times in my life, that over time down regulate anxious systems because of the repetitive movement. There's also like spiritual movement, spiritual dance, Sufi twirling, different things like that, that also organizes the whole nervous system. Spinning is a very good thing to do when you're agitated, especially for kids. Those of us over 60 have a little harder time with spinning, but kids love to spin. And you can combine spinning with deep pressure with little kids by an adult, squeezing and then spinning with the kid. Older kids can hold hands tight to each other and both lean back and spin around with each other. The other thing is you can sit with your back against a wall or a couch or something that's not going to move, and somebody else does that, and then you put your feet together and you push against each other with your feet. So an adult can do that with a child, or two kids can do that with each other. I also do where I stand kind of in a lunge position with one foot forward, and I have kids and like 11 to 14-year-olds love this, where they push against your hands. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to push me over, because just because I'm strong, and also because I know how to position myself to not be pushed over. But that's why I say, push me over, try to push me over. And they just push and push and push. And so they get that, again, it's a game. You get deep proprioceptive input. I just really like these pictures that this family put up. And these are animal exercises, and every single one of these things includes bilateral cross the midline proprioceptive input. And they're fun. They're just games. Now, some of these I can't do because, remember, I had my knees replaced, but I remember doing them when I was a kid. And of course, you can do any animals that kids are familiar with. Some of these same positions would go for different animals in different parts of the world, or that people are familiar with. And again, you make it, sometimes I do this with kids, or I have families do this, where you do animal charades. And so then you do big animal movements, and people guess what you're doing. My 12-year-old niece, who lives with me part of the time, and has OCD and is on the autism spectrum, frequently stands in the kitchen and just jumps straight up and down, just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And it's like, oh my gosh, can you stop, please? But what she's doing is regulating herself. And that's another thing that's really helpful, and if you have a little trampoline, that's even more helpful, because you get more proprioceptive input. The last thing that I've got here is some breathing. And I want to say something about spirals first. Spirals are amazing. They're found in most cultures across the world. If you or a child is feeling like agitated, dysregulated, like all over the place, you can just use your finger in the air, or you can use your finger on the paper, or you could take a pen and just start at the outside and just make a spiral. Just come all the way in to the center. And just notice what happens. And so if you're like all over the place, spiral in, right? If you're feeling like stuck and really like narrow, try it the opposite way. Start in the center and spiral out. You go, oh, it gives me bigger, right? So spirals are amazing. And so spiral breathing, we tend to do to calm. And so you can be walking in a spiral. You can have a spiral on a paper, or you could be having someone draw a spiral or following it with their finger. But we start with in, out, in, out. And you want to try to get that last out breath in the very center of the spiral. Square breathing is another one that we use a lot. And we call it square because we count to 4, and we do it 4 times. And so you go in, 2, 3, 4, hold, out, 2, 3, 4, hold, in, 2, 3, 4, hold, out, 2, 3, 4, hold. You can just do the one square, or you can do a couple of squares in a row. And what we notice with these kinds of breathing exercises and some of the midline exercises is before, if they're not too dysregulated, before you do it or before your child does it, have them just stand facing forward and turn as far as they can to one side and just see where they can look to. And then do a breathing exercise. Maybe we'll do this with the hand one next, right? So just look to one side and just see how far you can move your head and what you can look towards. And then come back to the center. And then we're going to do the hand breathing. And so you're going to hold up your hand. You can have it this way or this way. We're going to start down here, and we're going to breathe in and breathe out. And then look the same direction you did before. And notice how far your head moves. My guess is for most of us, you went a little farther that time than before you did the breathing. And there's a handout in the Google Drive with I think 8 different drawings of like the hand and a flower, and I mean you can do anything to make it a game. So I think that's all I have. Yes. Let me get out of here.
Okay, perfect timing. So I think we have a couple of minutes for any questions that you might have. Again, you raise your hand and we will ask you to unmute. Been receiving messages from some people on here, and they're all waiting for the recording. I think a lot of people got overwhelmed with the amount of information that you gave today.
Well, that's the good news, because the information is saved for a lifetime. So, or at least until all the technology burns out.
Yes. Okay. So I think we can get ready to wrap this up. I think we have any other questions for the time being. Okay. And I will, so just a couple of things. I will send the, so everything will be uploaded to either probably YouTube for easy access, and so that people can get more interpretations going for the English version over there, and then we will send a link to everyone that registered. So that will be available very soon. And as I said before, we will also send out an announcement with or an email with the link to all the PowerPoint and all the documents that Phyllis and Patti shared with us.
And I do have a recording of both the Arabic translation and the English teaching. So
yes, that will also be uploaded. Okay, I think we have one person raising their hands. Mina, go ahead and unmute, please.
مرحبا.
أهلين.
Okay, so I'm having this trouble with my work. So sometimes I get very anxious because someone does something stupid, and it's not just an anxiety, it's also anger, and I want to do something about it. So I begin to be mean to other people, and other people start hating me. But the thing is, when I'm calm, like 80% of the time, I'm actually a very nice person, and I treat everyone with kindness. Okay, but those I don't want to call it anger issues because I don't have anger issues, but the thing that irritates me, it makes me wanna act mean to people, you know? So that's actually my question. Is there anything that I can do to fix it in order not to affect my relationship with other people? Thank you.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you. I think the thing I want to say immediately is there's nothing wrong with getting activated like that. It is a normal activation because people are stupid, you know, and they say stupid things. I say that to adolescents sometimes. Adults are stupid, and they're like, that is so true. And, you know, and so I know for me, I'm Irish, and almost everything irritates me. And so I have had to really manage my irritation level. One of the things I do is I hold my breath and then let it out really slowly, because what we really want to do is put a pause between the impulse and the action. And so when I put a pause in, then the top of my brain can come online, and I can say, you know, you're really going to feel bad about it later if you're really mean right now, even though it might feel kind of satisfying to be mean right in the moment. And so we can get a little bit more in, but that's the main thing, is when you can get a pause in. I have many, many years of Buddhist practice, and one of my teachers talks about the practice of equanimity. And the way she describes that is equanimity is the pause that allows wisdom to arise. And so whenever we pause, there's the opportunity for a different set of wisdom to come through. Sometimes I have to do this. I've taught doctoral students for 25 years, and sometimes they can also say stupid things. And so can I, of course, right? And so sometimes I'm doing my, you know, I'm pressing my hands together. I'm taking a deep breath. I'm kind of giving myself bilateral input. You know, so all those kinds of things, not only do they give you a pause, but they also actually work physically on your brain to help you regulate.
It reminds me of when I was just talking earlier about loss of access, when your stress level's really high. So when people say stupid things or do things that you just you can't believe they just did that. So basically it's the loss of access to the top of your brain and to the and on the left side, and the pause helps you find the access again to that part of your brain.
Yep. And the other thing is that when we get irritated like that, it kind of pings our memories and the times that people have treated us badly in the past. And so then you're not just dealing with the stupid thing that the person said here, but you've got all these other things as the stress response coming forward. And so a lot of times that's why our intensity of our response is much higher than maybe the situation calls for. And so another thing I talk about is on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most intense you could ever feel something like irritation, anger, whatever. If you're above a 4, everything above a 4 is about something different than what's happening right now. And so if you can kind of remember that, and if we were doing a training one time, and my friend Angela Del Fiacco was helping us with the training, and I got a text from somebody, and I was like, oh, and because it's a person that sometimes irritates me. And Angela said, I think you're above a 4 right now. And I was like, you are exactly right. I am above a 4. So that's got a lot to do with a lot of other things. You know, and so again, the more humor we can bring in, the kinder I can be to myself, the better I'm going to do also. And then I've learned that what I can do when I am mean to somebody is I can clean it up later, which wasn't something I learned as a kid. Nobody ever apologized for anything. But what I know today is that when I make a mistake, when I do something that isn't in line with my values, I can clean it up later. I can apologize. I can say, I'm really sorry I did that, and here's what I'm doing to try to not do it again. So
I think it also brings us, bringing us back to the first exercise that Patti helped us with, the most resource self. So making that decision of responding or not responding, but from the present moment rather than from what happened before to us. And I think there's a beautiful Buddhist story about a student that every day she goes to her teacher to get, some of his wisdom, and she passes through the market. There's a specific person that keeps annoying her every day. So every day, because she's such a good, student, she doesn't do anything about it until one day she gets really angry and she hits him with an umbrella and goes to her teacher, sobbing because she was filled with so much anger. And, and the teacher, what do? I was filled with all this anger. And he looks at her and says, dear, my dear, next time when he annoys you, your heart is filled with so much love and you still hit him on the head with that umbrella. So in my mind, that's most resource self. You do that, you take the action, but where is that coming from?
mm-hmm.
Okay, let me check. I don't think we have any more questions. And so Hiba's reminding you of the self-compassion practice. Do you want to end with that, possibly?
Yep. Sure. So self-compassion practice, and I'm going to do this a little differently than I've done it before, because Rana actually gave me some feedback about some of the way that I did it that might not have been completely, it might not have fit culturally all the way. So I'm going to do this a little bit differently. So self-compassion practice is actually 3 different things. And one is like how we respond to ourselves in moments of stress. And so we can respond to ourselves with kindness, or we can respond to ourselves with judgment. Another piece of self-compassion is what we call mindfulness in English, which means just attending to the present moment with what's right here without judging whether it's good or bad or right or wrong. I like to say it's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just the thing. And then the third part of self-compassion practice is our experience of either being isolated or connected to other people. And so we call that common humanity. And each of the areas of self-compassion have like you can be in the judgment and isolation place, or you could be in the non-judgment and connection place, or you could be non-judging or isolated. So there's a lot of different there's different pieces of it, and you can work on individual pieces, because a lot of times people have the most difficulty having self-kindness. But they might be able to move first towards you're not alone. And so one of the traditional practices around that compassion practice or self-compassion practice is knowing that right now in this moment, there are thousands of people in the world who are experiencing the same difficulty that I am. I am not alone. This is a human experience. And sometimes people are able to do that before they can be kind to themselves. And that itself can be calming. The other thing is that we don't move from being mean to ourselves to being kind to ourselves. We move from being mean to ourselves to being neutral towards ourselves. And so the first thing you want to do is, like when you notice, oh, I'm so stupid. It's like, oh, I wonder if I could just say, huh, I didn't like that I did that, which is more of a neutral response than I'm so stupid. It's also not like I'm okay, even if I make mistakes. That's kind of more of a being nice to yourself. We know from recent research that self-compassion, when we can practice self-compassion, which I think of as, well, you all practiced a piece of what I consider self-compassion when we did, when I asked you to think about someone or something, animal, child, whatever, that you experience, that tenderness. When we feel that tenderness and we allow ourselves to sit with that, that is a practice of self-compassion, is a practice of bringing in that common humanity, our connection with other beings, as well as that feeling of kindness. And so we know that from research with college students and with other groups of people that people who practice self-compassion after they fail at something actually do better the second time they attempt the thing than people who are either neutral, some do better, some don't do better. People who are mean to themselves do worse, no matter how much they study. Just across the board. And so having the capacity to say, and I do this practice a lot when I'm with a client or a kid or in a situation in the community, or somebody says something stupid, where I say, my practice of self-compassion sometimes is, these spots here at the collarbone. And I just take a moment to say, this is a really hard situation. And I'm going to give myself some slack because it's really hard. And then from there, sometimes I can move to giving the other person some slack too. But it tends to be able to shift us. And so what I would like to just invite you to do as we end our time together here, and I want to thank you all for coming, for doing the work that you're doing out in the world with all the people that you're doing it with. It makes the world an enormously better place, even in the context of horrifying circumstances. And I feel privileged and humbled by the opportunity to speak with you all today. So the practice of self-compassion we can think about it as, opening your palms to this just is, not a good thing or a bad thing, and making like a, if you want to, like a cup kind of, bringing your hands together could be a symbol of, like a container, or we're in this together. And then any kind of, bringing it into yourself. So that could be folding your hands, or bringing them together, or, putting your hands to your heart, or whatever it is. And so as a practice of self-compassion 3 times together, and, you can just in your own space, we can think about, I'll talk us through the first time, and then we can just as a community spread across the globe, practice compassion. And so first we open, and in the present moment, without judgment, in a container for ourselves and community, and then a bringing in of that feeling to ourselves. And now we'll just do it 3 times, and you can take a breath each time. Thank you. I hope any piece of anything we talked about today is helpful to you. I see in the list of names, many people who are in our training. And so I just want to say hi to you all, and hopefully we will see you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your effort today. It has been a long time, 4 hours of giving. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. It was so helpful.
Mhm.
Thank you, and deep appreciation for all the time, the information, the energy that you gave all of us. And again, I want to end this acknowledging all the people that are doing amazing things, whether it's the 24-hour Zoom room that Insan has for people in North Syria and in Turkey that are experiencing this, or for the different groups on the ground that are working one-on-one with all the survivors and people impacted by the earthquake. We appreciate you, and we hope that this is a little thing that can help in the enormous work that you're doing. Thank you.